Hey friends! Glad you're here at The Fiction Wizard. We've cooked up something special. Molly Weasley found Harry unconscious at Gringotts and the Goblins revealed 67 active theft curses. Dumbledore fled Britain. Liking and subscribing really helps us out. Okay, story time. Chapter 1. The floor of Gringotts. The marble floor of Gringotts was cold enough that Molly Weasley felt it through the soles of her shoes, a deep, bone-settled chill that the bank seemed to manufacture deliberately, as though comfort were a thing goblins considered a personal failing. She didn't mind it usually. She'd been coming to Gringotts since she was 17 years old, first with her mother, then with Arthur, then alone on the increasingly frequent occasions when the family vault needed careful managing, which was a polite way of saying she needed to count what was left and make it stretch. She had a list in her coat pocket. School supplies for Ron and Ginny, a new set of dress robes for Arthur because his current pair had developed a hole in the left elbow that no amount of mending charms seemed to permanently fix, and a small amount set aside because Fred and George had asked for something she wasn't going to think too hard about. She'd been running through the arithmetic in her head on the walk from the leaky cauldron, rearranging numbers the way some people rearranged furniture, always hoping the room would look bigger than it actually was. The lobby was busy, as it always was in late August. Families clustered around the teller windows, children pressed against the stone counters trying to peer over the edge at the goblins working below. The smell of parchment and metal and something faintly sulphurous hung in the air, and the chandeliers above threw cold white light across everything so that even the people who'd walked in from bright summer sunshine looked slightly hollow. Molly joined the queue for the teller windows and pulled her list from her pocket, not looking up. She nearly stepped on him. She caught herself just in time, one foot already lifting, her eyes dropping to the floor purely by instinct, and what she saw made her list flutter from her fingers without her noticing. Harry Potter was lying face down on the marble floor of Gringotts Bank, completely still, his arm stretched out at an angle that looked wrong, his glasses knocked sideways on his face. He was wearing his cousin's enormous cast-off clothes, a shirt so large it had pooled around him when he fell, jeans held up with a piece of rope, and for one terrible second Molly's mind refused to process what her eyes were showing her. Harry. She dropped to her knees so fast that they cracked against the marble, and she didn't feel it. Her hands found his shoulders. Harry, sweetheart, he didn't move. Help. She looked up, and her voice came out at a volume that surprised even her, cutting clean through the lobby chatter, the clink of coins, the murmured conversations at the teller windows. Every head turned. Someone help, there's a boy down, he's not, I need help right now. The queue dissolved around her. People stepped back. A few crowded closer. A mother pulled her child away. And then the goblins came. They moved fast when they needed to, that was the thing people forgot about goblins, Molly thought, in the strange stretched-out way that her mind was working right now. Everyone thought of them as slow and suspicious and deliberate, and they were all three of those things, but when something happened in their bank, they moved like water finding the fastest way downhill. 4 of them were through the gate beside the teller windows before the crowd had fully parted, and the one in front, taller than most, with a face that looked like it had been carved rather than grown, stopped beside Harry and looked down at him with an expression that Molly couldn't read. "Step back," he said to her. Not unkindly, exactly, but with the absolute authority of someone who had never once in his life expected to be ignored. "He's a child," Molly said, not moving. "He's 12 years old, he is not 12. The goblin crouched, and his eyes, sharp and amber and deeply, deeply attentive, moved over Harry with an assessment that reminded Molly, bizarrely, of the way Arthur looked at a broken piece of Muggle machinery. As though the problem were already being solved and the looking was just the first step. "He is 15. And there is magic on him. He's had a fainting spell, there is magic on him," the goblin said again, and this time something in his tone made Molly go quiet, because it wasn't dismissal and it wasn't impatience. It was something that sounded, from a goblin, almost like alarm. He looked up at the 3 behind him and said something rapid and guttural in gobbledygook, and they moved immediately, two of them creating a perimeter around Harry and Molly with nothing but posture and presence, the third disappearing back through the gate at a run. "What is it?" Molly asked. "What kind of magic? Is he cursed? Was he attacked?" The tall goblin, she would learn his name was Sharpclaw, senior cursebreaker, 23 years in the examination wards, didn't answer her immediately. He had produced a thin rod of dark metal from inside his jacket and was passing it over Harry in slow, overlapping arcs, the way she'd seen healers at St. Mungo's use diagnostic wands, though this was nothing like a wand. The rod hummed. Not loudly, not dramatically, a low, sustained sound, like a string plucked once and never allowed to stop vibrating. Then it brightened at one end. A deep, ugly red. Sharpclaw's expression didn't change, exactly. But something in his face settled, the way a door settles into a frame right before you lock it, and he sat back on his heels and looked at Harry for a long moment. "We need the senior examiner," he said to the goblin behind him. "I've already sent for Ragnarok," the other goblin replied. Sharpclaw looked up at that, and Molly caught something pass between them, not surprise, but wait. Acknowledgement. "Good," he said. "Who is Ragnarok?" Molly asked. Sharpclaw looked at her. "The director." Molly pressed her hand briefly to Harry's back, she could feel him breathing, at least, shallow and slow but there, and straightened up, and looked around the lobby. The crowd was keeping its distance now, the perimeter the goblins had established doing its quiet work, and she could see people whispering behind hands, a few already heading for the doors with looks on their faces that said this was a story they intended to tell very soon. "Is someone going to tell me what's wrong with him?" she asked. "When we know," Sharpclaw said, "you will be among the first." It was not a comfort exactly. But there was something in the way he said it, direct and without performance, that kept her from pushing further. She looked down at Harry again. The rope holding up his jeans. The shirt that belonged to someone twice his size. The glasses knocked askew. She straightened the glasses, gently, because she couldn't think of anything else to do. The director of Gringotts arrived 4 minutes later. Ragnarok was not the tallest goblin Molly had ever seen, nor the oldest looking, but he was unquestionably the most present. He entered the lobby from a door behind the teller windows that Molly had never seen open before, moving with the contained, deliberate energy of someone who had not needed to rush anywhere in a very long time and had chosen to on this occasion. He wore deep charcoal robes trimmed in dull gold, nothing ostentatious, everything of obvious quality, and his eyes, darker than Sharpclaw's, almost black, found Harry immediately. He stopped beside the boy. Looked at Sharpclaw. "Show me," he said. Sharpclaw passed him the metal rod. Ragnarok held it over Harry's still form, not moving it, he simply held it steady, and the rod responded differently in his hands, the hum sharpening, becoming almost a tone, and the red at its tip deepened to something that was almost black. Ragnarok was quiet for a long time. Then, "We will need the heritage chamber." Sharpclaw's expression did change then, briefly, an involuntary opening of the eyes that was gone almost before it appeared. "Director, the heritage chamber, Sharpclaw. Now." Ragnarok's gaze moved to Molly. He looked at her with the same attentive consideration he'd given Harry, and she had the sudden uncomfortable feeling of being appraised for a vault. "You are the woman who found him?" "Molly Weasley." "I know Harry, his parents were friends of my husband's, he spends time with our family." She stopped, because she was speaking in present tense about a friendship she now wasn't sure how to describe. "What is wrong with him?" Ragnarok said, "Mrs. Weasley. What I can tell you at this moment is that this child is carrying a significant number of active magical constructs on his person and within his magical signature, and that several of them appear to be the cause of his current condition. We will know the full extent when the examination in the heritage chamber is complete." He paused. "You may wait, if you choose. The examination will take some time." "I'm staying," she said, without hesitation. Something that might have been approval moved across Ragnarok's face, very briefly, like a shadow moving in wind. Then you will wait in the family consultation room. Sharpclaw will take you. For Goblins lifted Harry with a practiced, careful coordination that surprised Molly, and carried him through the gate and through a corridor she'd never been allowed past before, lined with dark stone and lit by those same cold chandeliers. Sharpclaw led her to a smaller room off the corridor, stone walls, a low table, 2 chairs that were clearly not designed for human proportions, and a tray of something that she suspected was meant to be tea, and left her there with a small nod. She sat down. She looked at the tray. She thought about Harry, face down on the marble floor, held up by a piece of rope. She thought about Dumbledore, who had placed him with those awful relatives, and who assured everyone it was for the best. Who assured everyone, always, that everything was for the best. She picked up the cup of tea. It was very bitter and very hot. She drank it anyway. The Heritage Chamber was a room that very few humans had ever seen and fewer had wanted to. 50 feet below the lobby, carved from stone so old it predated the bank by centuries, it was circular and vaulted and entirely without decoration except for the channels cut into the floor, thin lines radiating outward from the central examination table like the veins of a leaf, filled with something that glimmered faintly silver and moved, always, slowly toward the center. The examination table was black stone, worn smooth by centuries of use. Harry Potter was laid on it with the same careful coordination as before, and Ragnarok dismissed all but Sharpclaw and the senior examiner, a goblin named Ironclaw who had worked in the Heritage Chamber for 40 years and had the eyes to prove it, flat and patient and very, very tired. Ragnarok placed both hands flat on the table beside Harry's shoulders. He didn't touch the boy. He simply placed his hands on the stone and closed his eyes, and the channels in the floor brightened. Ironclaw watched. Sharpclaw watched. The silver light moved. "Begin the formal documentation," Ragnarok said, without opening his eyes. Ironclaw produced a parchment from within his robes and a quill that moved on its own, and waited. The light reached the table. It moved up through the stone and over Harry's still form, and where it touched him, it changed color, cycling through frequencies like a prism being turned slowly, and Ironclaw's quill began to move. It moved for a long time. When the light completed its cycle, 15 minutes, 20, it was hard to gauge time in the Heritage Chamber. Ragnarok opened his eyes and looked at what the quill had written. He read it twice. Then he straightened up from the table and turned to Sharpclaw. 67, he said. Sharpclaw didn't move. 67 active theft curses, Ragnarok continued, as though confirming something to himself rather than informing anyone else. Across the vaults, the bloodline, the magical signature, and, he paused, and his expression did something Sharpclaw had never seen it do before, the core itself. The core, Ironclaw said, very quietly. Merlins, watch your mouth, Ragnarok said, not unkindly. He looked down at Harry again. The boy was still unconscious, breathing slowly, and in the silver light of the Heritage Chamber he looked very young and very worn, as though he'd been carrying something heavy for a long time and his body had finally simply refused. When was the oldest one placed? Sharpclaw asked. Ironclaw consulted the parchment. The oldest active construct dates to. He paused. To approximately 14 years ago. When the subject was 14 months old. The Heritage Chamber was very quiet. 14 months, Sharpclaw said. The same month both his parents were killed, Ragnarok said. It was not a question. Ironclaw nodded. Ragnarok looked at the parchment for another moment. Then he said, "Can you identify the caster's signature?" Ironclaw didn't answer immediately. He held the parchment up to one of the silver-lit channels and studied it with those flat, patient eyes. Sharpclaw watched him and said nothing, because Ironclaw was not a goblin who appreciated being hurried. Most of them, Ironclaw said finally, bear a single consistent signature. Not identical, they were placed at different times by a skilled practitioner who understood the value of variation. But the underlying pattern is the same. He lowered the parchment. I have seen this signature in our records before. Whose? Ragnarok asked. Ironclaw looked at him, and in 40 years in the Heritage Chamber he had made exactly 3 involuntary expressions, and this was the 4th. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, he said. The name landed in the room like a stone dropped into deep water. Ragnarok was quiet for a moment. Then he said, document everything. Every curse, every date, every signature, every vault access and bloodline drain and core fragment. I want the full accounting finished within the hour. What are you going to do? Sharpclaw asked. Ragnarok looked down at Harry Potter one last time. I am going to send a courtesy notification to Albus Dumbledore informing him that Gringotts has initiated a full heritage audit on the Potter accounts. He picked up the metal rod from the side of the table. And then I am going to send another notification to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He moved toward the door. And then I am going to go speak to Mrs. Weasley. In what order? Sharpclaw asked. That order, Ragnarok said. He paused in the doorway without turning. The notification to Dumbledore first. It is courtesy. And I am curious to see how quickly a guilty man moves. He left. Sharpclaw and Ironclaw looked at each other. 67, Ironclaw said. Yes, Sharpclaw said. The quill continued moving. The notification to Albus Dumbledore was sent by standard Gringotts correspondence, a small, silver-sealed envelope delivered by the bank's internal owl network, which was considerably faster and more discreet than the public owl post. Ragnarok worded it precisely and without drama. Gringotts Bank is conducting a heritage audit of the Potter estate accounts following a medical incident on bank premises. The audit encompasses all primary and subsidiary vaults, active inheritances, bloodline provisions, and associated magical constructs. As named executor of the Potter estate, your immediate availability for questioning is requested. He sent it at 11:47 in the morning. By 12:15, they knew. It wasn't the owl that told them. It was the Dumbledore account, a mid-size vault on the 3rd level, unremarkable in most respects, except that at 12:14 it was accessed via emergency release clause, and a significant portion of its liquid assets were transferred to 3 subsidiary accounts in locations that Ragnarok recognized as international holding facilities used by people who expected to be moving quickly and didn't intend to be found easily. Sharpclaw brought him the report in the consultation room where he was preparing to speak to Molly Weasley. Ragnarok read it. He handed it back. Note the time, he said. 27 minutes from notification to flight preparation. Keep that in the documentation. He hasn't left the country yet, as far as we know, Sharpclaw said. He will, Ragnarok said. He looked at the closed door of the consultation room and then opened it. Molly Weasley was on her 3rd cup of bitter tea and had given up pretending to be calm approximately 40 minutes ago. She was standing when Ragnarok entered, because sitting had stopped being possible, and she turned immediately with that particular expression of a woman who has been waiting for news long enough that she's stopped being afraid of it and has passed through into a sort of fierce, preemptive readiness. How is he? She asked. The boy is stable, Ragnarok said. He took the chair that was too small for her and looked up at her. He will wake. The reason he collapsed is that a number of the magical constructs placed on him, specifically those affecting his core, have been steadily draining his magical reserve since early childhood, and the drain increased when he entered Gringotts today. The bank's ambient magic, he explained, is diagnostic in nature. It interacts with all magical signatures that enter these walls. For a healthy young witch or wizard, that interaction is minimal and entirely unnoticed. For someone carrying 67 active theft curses, he stopped. Molly had gone very still. 67, she said. That is the number of active magical constructs we identified in the heritage examination. Theft curses, she said. You said theft curses. That is what they are, Ragnarok said. Some are financial, they redirect vault growth, intercept inheritance transfers, divert income from subsidiary accounts the boy is not aware he possesses. Some are bloodline constructs that affect how the Potter family magic recognizes its heir. And some, he looked at her steadily. Some are embedded in the boy's own magical core. Limiting it. Shaping it. Ensuring that he never grows into the full extent of what he should be. Molly sat down. She sat down very suddenly, as though someone had removed something she'd been leaning on, and she put her cup of tea on the table with a careful precision that was the only thing keeping her hands from doing something else entirely. "Who?" she said, and her voice was very quiet and very level, which anyone who knew Molly Weasley would recognize as considerably more dangerous than shouting. Ragnarok said, "Mrs. Weasley. I should inform you that Gringotts has sent a courtesy notification to the named executor of the Potter estate regarding this audit, and that we have subsequently observed activities from that account that suggest the named executor is currently preparing for rapid departure from the country." She looked at him. "Albus Dumbledore," she said. Not as a question. Ragnarok did not confirm or deny. He didn't need to. His expression was the confirmation. Molly was quiet for a very long time. Through the stone walls she could hear, distantly, the sounds of the bank, the murmur of the lobby, the rumble of the underground carts, the deep institutional pulse of a place built on gold and secrets, and the absolute conviction that accounts must balance. "I need to contact my husband," she said. "Of course." Ragnarok rose. "I will have someone bring you access to a FLU connection. I should also tell you that Harry will be moved to the recovery room adjacent to this one within the hour, and that when he wakes, he will have questions." He looked at her. "Many of them may be ones you find difficult to answer honestly." She looked back at him and didn't look away. "I know," she said. Ragnarok nodded, once, with something that was almost respect. "I will have Sharpclaw come for you when the boy stirs." He left, and Molly sat alone in the too small chair, in the cold bright room beneath the marble floor of Gringotts Bank, and thought about Harry Potter arriving at King's Cross Station every September 1st with clothes that didn't fit him and eyes that were always slightly surprised by kindness, as though it were something he'd learned to expect to run out of. She thought about every time she'd told herself that Dumbledore knew best. She thought about 67. She picked up her wand and thought very carefully about what she was going to say to Arthur. The FLU connection was arranged in a small anteroom off the consultation room, and Arthur arrived through it 12 minutes after Molly's call, trailing ash and anxious energy in equal measure. He was still in his work robes, which meant Molly had pulled him directly out of the office, and his face when he came through the green flames was arranged in that expression he only used for genuine emergencies, the one that looked like calm but was actually concentration applied under significant pressure. "You said Harry collapsed," he said. "He did." Molly was already moving back toward the consultation room. "And then the Goblins did an examination and found 67 active theft curses on him, some in his own magical core, and the signature on most of them belongs to Dumbledore, who is currently moving his money to offshore accounts and appears to be leaving the country." She said it quickly, the way you removed a plaster, all at once, because drawing it out helped no one. Arthur stopped walking. "Molly," he said. "I know." I know, Arthur." Dumbledore wouldn't. She turned and looked at him, and whatever he saw in her face closed the sentence before it finished. He stood in the corridor of Gringotts Bank and looked at his wife, and the careful calm dissolved slightly at the edges. 67, he said. Since Harry was 14 months old, the oldest one. The same month James and Lily died. Molly's voice didn't waver. She had done her wavering alone in the consultation room while she waited for him, and she was finished with that for the moment. They're going to have a full accounting finished within the hour. The Goblins have already notified the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Who at the department? I don't know. Ragnarok, the director, he's handling it. She met his eyes. Arthur, we need to talk about what we knew. About what we should have known. We didn't know anything, he said, but he said it carefully, the way you test ice before you put your weight on it. We didn't ask anything, either, she said. There's a difference. Arthur looked at her for a moment and then nodded slowly, the ice holding. Yes, he said. There is. They walked back to the consultation room together and waited for Harry Potter to wake up. In Hogwarts, in the headmaster's office, the instruments that monitored various people of significance to Albus Dumbledore, the thin, silver, delicate things that spun and whirred and emitted small puffs of colored smoke, were doing something they had never done before. They were going dark. One by one, each device that was connected to Harry Potter stopped spinning. The smoke faded. The mechanism stilled. It was happening because the goblins, in the process of the heritage examination, had begun the preliminary work of identifying and isolating each magical construct, and as they catalogued them, the constructs trembled, and the instruments trembled with them. The instruments had belonged to Dumbledore, of course. They were designed to monitor the constructs, not the boy, to ensure that everything was working as intended, that the drains were functioning, that the core limiters were holding, that the compulsion charms embedded in the bloodline magic were maintaining their shape. When the last of them went dark, the office was very quiet. The portraits on the walls, former headmasters and headmistresses, painted in oils and enchanted to advise, looked at one another. Several of them had been asleep. They woke now, one by one, alerted by that particular quality of silence. He knows, said Phineas Nigellus Black, who had always known more than he let on and had the decency, occasionally, to feel uncomfortable about it. Nobody responded. The door to the office opened, and the only person who had a key besides the headmaster, Professor McGonagall, who served as deputy head and had no idea what the dark instruments meant, came in with a stack of student files and stopped, looking at the still, dark array of silver devices with an expression of complete confusion. What's happened to the monitoring instruments? She asked. The portraits looked at one another again. Phineas Nigellus cleared his throat. I think, he said carefully, that is an excellent question. Meanwhile, 32 floors below and half a mile distant, in a vault on the third level of Gringotts Bank, the Potter account ledger was doing something it hadn't done in 14 years. The numbers were changing. Growing. Returning. The goblins were very good at their work. Once they found a drain, they stopped it. Once they stopped it, they reversed it. It was, as Ironclaw would note in the final report with characteristic goblin understatement, a significant reversal. The numbers climbed. Harry slept through all of it, in the recovery room adjacent to the consultation room, on a bed that was, for the first time in his life, exactly the right size. He slept the way people sleep when their body has made an executive decision that rest is non-negotiable, deeply, heavily, with his face almost peaceful, and his hands, which usually curled in sleep like he was holding something, slowly, gradually, opening. Molly sat in the chair beside the bed. Arthur stood near the door, reading the preliminary accounting document that Ironclaw had delivered, 43 pages of columns and figures and dates and signatures, and going through it in complete silence, which was how Arthur Weasley processed things that dismantled his understanding of the world. Quietly, and very thoroughly. He turned a page. Then another. Molly, he said, very quietly. She looked up. The school supply fund. He didn't look at her, keeping his eyes on the page. There's a Potter education provision here that was supposed to cover Harry's school supplies annually. And the Hogwarts enrollment fee. And, he stopped. Turned another page. There's a Muggle family placement allowance. It was substantial. It was paid every month for the duration of Harry's placement with his aunt and family. It went directly to, he stopped again. To whom? Molly asked, though she was already fairly sure she knew. Gringotts lists it as redirected to a charitable trust administered by Dumbledore. Arthur's voice was very steady. The Muggle family appears not to have received a single payment. The room was quiet. Outside, in the corridor, they could hear the distant sounds of goblins moving purposefully back and forth, the heritage examination entering its documentation phase, the wheels of Gringotts justice turning with the slow inexorability of something that had been doing this for 1,000 years and intended to continue. Harry's hand, on top of the blanket, was fully open now. Palm up. Molly reached over and covered it with hers. "He's going to be so angry," she said softly. "Good," Arthur said, and turned another page. The doors of Gringotts Bank on Diagon Alley were solid silver-chased bronze, and they were heavy enough that most people couldn't open them without a push, and they were, as a rule, never closed before dusk. At 1:30 in the afternoon on a busy August day, this was no exception. Families still moved in and out, the queue for the teller windows was long, and the marble lobby was busy. But there were more goblins on the floor than usual. Armed ones, in the very subtle goblin way, weapons that didn't look like weapons until they were being used. Sharpclaw had seen to it. Not a lockdown, nothing that would cause panic or questions in the lobby, just a precautionary measure he'd taken on his own initiative and which Ragnarok, when informed, had approved with a small nod. Because they had been in this business long enough to know that when a man with Dumbledore's reach and Dumbledore's connections and Dumbledore's 70 years of institutional power was cornered, he didn't usually come for the goblins. But they planned for every possibility. At 1:44, Ragnarok received confirmation from the ministry liaison, an exhausted-sounding junior official who clearly hadn't been briefed on the full scope of the situation, that Aurors had been dispatched to Hogwarts and to the known residences of Albus Dumbledore to locate and bring him in for questioning. At 1:45, a second ministry communication arrived, this one from considerably higher up, asking whether Gringotts was absolutely certain about the findings and whether there might be some other explanation and whether perhaps this could be handled quietly, and Ragnarok did not respond to this communication immediately. He set it aside on his desk and placed a paperweight on it that had been a gift from a goblin elder who understood the value of making something very clearly felt without saying a single word. The paperweight was gold. It was shaped like a closed fist. At 2:17, Sharpclaw came to Ragnarok's office, which was itself 3 floors below the Heritage Chamber and contained more documentation of human magical wrongdoing than most people would find comfortable to know existed. "The boy's stirring," Sharpclaw said. Ragnarok closed the file he'd been reviewing, preliminary case notes, for a proceeding that was already going to be the largest heritage fraud claim in Gringotts history, and rose. "And Dumbledore?" "Gone," Sharpclaw said. The Aurors found his office at Hogwarts empty and his quarters cleared. His portrait in the headmaster's office, the one he commissioned early, apparently, says he left through an authorized portkey approximately 35 minutes after we sent the notification. Ragnarok was quiet for a moment. 27 minutes to move his money, he said. 8 more to pack and run. He picked up his jacket from the back of his chair. A guilty man, and an efficient one. "He won't stay gone," Sharpclaw said. "No," Ragnarok agreed. "But right now, gone is useful. It makes the accounting simpler." He moved toward the door. "Come. I want to be there when the boy wakes up." The recovery room, when Ragnarok entered it, was quiet and dim, lit by a soft amber light that the goblin healers preferred. Molly Weasley was in her chair, still holding Harry's hand. Arthur Weasley was by the door, still holding his accounting papers with the look of a man who has read something so many times it has stopped being information and become something else, a kind of grief, maybe, or a particular species of fury held very carefully under a very thin lid. The boy on the bed moved. A slight shift, a tension in the hand that Molly was holding, and then Harry Potter took a breath that was different from all the breaths before it, deliberate, aware, and his eyes opened. They were green, and they were sharp, and they focused almost immediately, which was not what usually happened when someone woke from a magically induced unconscious state. Usually there was confusion, disorientation, the slow swimming back to surface awareness. Harry looked at the ceiling for about 2 seconds. Then he turned his head and looked at Molly. Then he looked at the room, stone walls, amber light, architecture that was clearly not a hospital, goblins by the door, and his expression did several things in rapid succession: confusion, assessment, and then something that settled into a kind of wary, careful attention. "Where am I?" he said. His voice was rough. "Gringotts," Molly said, her hand tightening briefly on his. "You collapsed in the lobby, sweetheart. You've been unconscious for about 3 hours." Harry looked at her. Then at Arthur, who gave him a nod that was warm and troubled in equal measure. Then at Ragnock, standing at the foot of the bed. "You're a goblin," Harry said. "Ragnock," the director said. "Director of Gringotts." Harry looked at him for a moment. "Why is the director of Gringotts in my recovery room?" It was, Ragnock thought, a very good question, and the fact that it was the first thing out of the boy's mouth upon waking, not what happened to me or am I okay but why is the most senior person in this building standing at the foot of my bed, told him something useful. "Because," Ragnock said, "what we found in your heritage examination is not something I delegate." Harry watched him. "What did you find?" Ragnock looked at Molly. She gave him the briefest nod, her expression saying that she would not be the one to shield Harry from this. That she'd made that decision sometime in the last 3 hours. Ragnock looked back at Harry. 67 active theft curses, he said. On your vaults, your bloodline, your magical signature, and your core. The oldest was placed when you were 14 months old. Most of them carry the same magical signature. He paused. The signature of Albus Dumbledore. Harry was very still. Outside, somewhere above them, Gringotts hummed and clicked and moved its gold with the patient industry of an institution that had outlasted every government and every individual and every crisis that had ever threatened it, and intended to outlast all future ones as well. When I woke up, Harry said slowly, you weren't going to lie to me to protect me. Were you? No, Ragnock said. Harry nodded once. It was a small movement, but it was absolutely certain. Okay, he said. Tell me everything. Chapter 2, What the Ledgers Remember. Harry didn't ask them to slow down. That was the first thing Ragnock noticed. Most people, when presented with information that fundamentally reorganized everything they believed about their own life, needed pauses. They needed repetition, reassurance, the information rationed out in manageable doses. They said wait and go back and I'm sorry, can you explain that again in the soft, stunned voices of people whose footing had been kicked out from under them. Harry listened to all of it in complete silence, sitting up in the recovery bed with his back straight and his hands folded in his lap and his green eyes moving between Ragnock and the documentation that Ironclaw had brought in and laid across the low stone table beside the bed. He read what was put in front of him. He turned pages without being prompted. When Ragnock explained the mechanism of the core limiters, the way they functioned as a kind of ceiling on Harry's magical development, invisible and self-reinforcing, designed to look like natural variation rather than deliberate suppression, Harry's jaw tightened, but he kept reading. He was 15 years old. He read like someone 10 years older and moved through devastating information like someone older still. When the preliminary accounting was finished and the documentation was in order on the table and Ragnock had said everything he'd come to say, Harry sat quietly for a moment and then looked up. How much of my magic did they take? He asked. Ragnock had been asked, in his career, many questions about inheritance fraud. Questions about gold, primarily. About vaults and investments and bloodline provisions and the specific legal mechanisms by which one magical family had stolen from another. He had never been asked, in quite those words, that question. We cannot measure what you would have been, he said. The core limiters don't remove magic. They suppress growth. Think of it as a tree grown in a box, the tree is not diminished, exactly. But its shape is wrong. It grew into its constraints rather than into its potential. And if you remove the box? The roots remember, Ragnock said. The growth is rapid. Occasionally, he considered his words. Occasionally violent. Harry looked at him. How fast? We don't know. It hasn't been done quite like this before. Ragnock met the boy's gaze steadily. What we can tell you is that the construct removal will take time. The core limiters especially. You cannot simply rip them out, they're interwoven with your natural magical development. Our curse breakers will need to remove them in sequence, over a period of several sessions. If we do it wrong, we risk damage. How long for the full removal? Weeks. Perhaps 2 months, done properly. Harry absorbed this. And the financial ones? The vault drains? Already stopped, Ragnock said. We halted all active financial constructs the moment we identified them. The reversal of diverted funds will take longer to calculate, but the bleeding has stopped. Harry nodded. He looked at the accounting pages for a moment, something moving behind his eyes that wasn't quite readable, not anger, not grief, not shock. Something more complicated and more purposeful than any of those. You mentioned bloodline constructs, he said. What did those do? Ragnock glanced briefly at Molly, who was still in her chair, very still, watching Harry with the expression of someone who had decided that the most important thing they could do right now was not get in the way of this. Bloodline constructs in an inheritance context typically serve one of two functions, Ragnock said. Either they shape how the family magic recognizes its heir, who may access vaults, who may claim lordship titles, who may activate specific family protections, or they serve a behavioral function. He paused. The ones on you are behavioral in nature. Harry was very still. Meaning what, exactly? Meaning they were designed to make certain emotional and behavioral responses feel natural to you. Compliance with authority. Aversion to conflict with specific individuals. A tendency to prioritize others' safety over your own in ways that go beyond normal human empathy. Ragnock kept his voice level and factual. The constructs are subtle enough that you would never have identified them as external influence. They would feel like your own instincts. The silence in the room was a particular kind, loaded and fragile and held together by everyone in it making a conscious effort not to be the one to break it. Harry said, very quietly, which individuals? The constructs are keyed to Albus Dumbledore. And to a lesser degree to members of the Weasley family. Molly made a sound. It was small and involuntary and she stopped it immediately, pressing her hand over her mouth, and Arthur moved from his position by the door to stand behind her chair, his hand on her shoulder. Harry didn't look at her. He kept his eyes on Ragnock. Are they still active? He said. We have isolated them. They are still technically active but their connection to you has been severed temporarily as part of the examination process. They are, at present, inert. Ragnock looked at him carefully. How do you feel? Harry thought about this. It was a specific, deliberate consideration, he was actually checking something, Ragnock realized. Running a kind of internal inventory. Clearer, Harry said. Like when you fix someone's glasses and they didn't realize how blurred everything had gotten. Ragnock nodded. That is consistent with what we would expect. Good. Harry looked at the documentation again. His eyes moved down a column of figures, and something shifted in his expression, a sharpening, a calculation. The school supply fund. Arthur was reading something about that before. Arthur came forward then, carrying his section of the documentation with the careful look of a man who was not going to soften this, because he'd watched Harry read the full accounting without flinching and understood that softening it would be the wrong kind of kindness. There was a Potter education provision set up in your parents' will, Arthur said. Annual disbursements to cover Hogwarts tuition, school supplies, and incidental educational expenses. Over 14 years, that's, he turned to the relevant page. A substantial sum. It was diverted through the estate executor's account. Dumbledore, Harry said. Yes. Arthur set the page on the table. There was also a monthly allowance designated for your placement with your aunt and uncle. Set up by your parents' will, intended to ensure that the family taking care of you had financial support for doing so. He met Harry's eyes. Your aunt and uncle never received it. Harry looked at the page. So they were supposed to have money, he said slowly. To take care of me. And they didn't get it. And nobody told them. He stopped. Something moved across his face. And they took it out on me. Harry, Molly started. I'm not defending them, Harry said, still looking at the page. They were still what they were. But they spent 14 years thinking they were doing it for nothing. That nobody cared enough to help. That they were stuck with me and nobody was bothering. He looked up. Dumbledore made sure they'd hate me. No one answered, because no one had a better explanation. Harry sat with that for a moment. Then he put the page down with a precision that was, in its own way, quite frightening, the precision of someone deciding to set something aside rather than feeling it right now, to be picked up later when the moment called for it. What's the total? He asked Ragnarok. Financial. What was taken? Ragnarok had the final figure in his records. He told Harry. Harry looked at him. That's, Harry said. Yes, Ragnarok said. That's an enormous amount of money. Yes, Ragnarok agreed. You are, Mr. Potter, considerably wealthier than you have ever been led to believe. And considerably more so now that the financial drains have been stopped. Harry leaned back slightly against the headboard and looked at the ceiling for a moment. There was something almost funny in his expression, the stunned recognition of someone who'd spent years mending his own school robes suddenly being told that he owned the building. Right, he said. There is also the matter of your lordship, Ragnarok said. Harry looked back down at him. My what? Lord Potter, Ragnarok said, very simply. Your father was the last Lord Potter before his death. The title passed to you at 14 months. However, the bloodline constructs on your magical signature prevented Gringotts from formally recognizing the succession. The family magic couldn't authenticate you as heir while it was being suppressed. With those constructs now isolated, he reached into his jacket and produced a small object. It was a ring. Simple, dark gold, set with a stone the color of deep water, carved with a crest that Harry recognized from nowhere and somewhere at the same time, the way you recognize a word in a language you've never been taught but whose roots are in your own. The Potter Lordship ring, Ragnarok said. It has been in our custody since your father's death. It was to have been transferred to you upon your formal recognition as heir. That recognition was prevented. He held it out. It is being transferred now. Harry looked at the ring for a long moment. Then he reached out and picked it up from Ragnarok's palm, and Ragnarok felt, through the contact, the brief surge of authentication, the family magic finding its heir at last, the lock and the key, unmistakable. Harry turned the ring over in his fingers. Then he put it on. The stone, which had been the color of deep water, brightened briefly, a flicker of gold, like something igniting at depth, and then settled. The room felt slightly different. Not dramatically. Just settled. The way a room feels when the last piece of furniture has been placed correctly. There is one more thing, Ragnarok said. Harry looked at him with the expression of someone who had stopped being surprised and had moved into a kind of grim, steady readiness for any further revelations. Of course there is. The 67th curse, Ragnarok said. The last one on the accounting, and the one we have not yet fully examined. The others are, as I said, financial, behavioral, and developmental. The 67th is different in nature. He looked at the documentation on the table. It is anchored not to your vaults or your bloodline or your core, but to a specific event in your personal history. The night your parents were killed. Harry didn't move. It appears to be a perception construct, Ragnarok continued. Affecting how you understand and remember that night, specifically. What you know of it, what you've been told, what you believe to be true about what happened and why. He paused. We have not yet opened it. Constructs of this type must be examined by the subject voluntarily, and with preparation. You're saying there's something about the night my parents died that I've been, what? Lied to about? Or magically prevented from knowing? Both are possible, Ragnarok said. We don't know which until you choose to open it. Harry looked at the ring on his finger. The stone had settled back to deep water. Not today, he said. It was not a frightened decision, it was a strategic one, and there was a difference Ragnarok could recognize. There's enough to process today. That one, I want to be ready for that one. A sound decision, Ragnarok said. Harry looked around the room, at Ragnarok, at Arthur, at Molly, who was still very carefully not crying and managing it through what was clearly an enormous act of will. He looked at the documentation. At the ring. At his own hands. Where's Dumbledore? He asked. Arthur and Molly exchanged a glance. Gone, Arthur said. He was informed of the audit, and he left the country before the Ministry Aurors arrived to bring him in for questioning. He ran, Harry said. Yes. Harry absorbed this. Then, he knew what I'd find. He's been managing this for 15 years, and the first moment he couldn't control the story, he ran. He looked at Ragnarok. Can you track where he went? We have his financial movements up to the moment of departure. After that, it becomes a matter for international magical law enforcement. But you have records, Harry said. Everything he moved, everywhere he moved it, the timeline of every vault access and every diversion and every construct that he placed on me. He looked directly at Ragnarok. If it went to trial, the evidence is comprehensive, Ragnarok said. Goblins are, historically, very thorough record keepers. Something shifted in Harry's expression. Not a smile exactly, something more considered than that, something with teeth in it. I imagine you are, he said. Ragnarok looked at this 15-year-old boy who had woken up 2 hours ago from a magically induced collapse, been told that the most powerful wizard in Britain had been systematically robbing and suppressing and manipulating him since before he could walk, processed 43 pages of financial fraud documentation, received a lordship ring, and was now asking about legal proceedings with the focused patience of someone making a plan. Ragnarok had dealt with a great many people in his long career. Very few of them had the quality Harry Potter appeared to have, which was the ability to absorb a catastrophe and emerge from it moving forward rather than backward. It was, Ragnarok thought, a shame that it had taken this long for the right people to find out. The formal proceedings will take time to organize, Ragnarok said. Gringotts will file a full heritage fraud claim with the relevant magical authorities within 48 hours. The documentation will be public record. You will need representation, legal? Wizarding advocate. Someone familiar with heritage law and with the political realities of pursuing a case against someone of Dumbledore's stature. Ragnarok considered. I can provide recommendations. Please, Harry said. Arthur cleared his throat. Harry, we should also talk about where you go from here. Practically. You can't go back to your aunt and uncle's. I was never going back there, Harry said. Not angrily, just as a statement of fact. Absolute, unhesitating. Molly stood up from her chair. She'd been waiting for this, or for something like it, and her voice when she spoke was steady and warm and entirely honest. You'll come to us. To the Burrow. Ron and Ginny are already there, Hermione is coming this week before school, and you'll have a proper room and proper meals and, she stopped herself, because she'd promised herself she wasn't going to do this through sheer volume of offering. If you want to. That's what I mean. Harry looked at her. This was the hard moment, and they both knew it. The thing Ragnarok had revealed about the behavioral constructs hung in the air between them, the unspoken question of how much of Harry's warmth toward the Weasley family was his own, and how much had been quietly shaped. It was the kind of question that couldn't be answered yet, not while the constructs were still technically on him, and maybe not even after they were gone. Molly, to her considerable credit, didn't pretend the question wasn't there. I know that you might need time, she said. I know that what was said about the constructs, about our family specifically, changes things. Or might change things. Or at least makes you wonder. She looked at him directly. All I can tell you is that whatever was placed on you, what I feel isn't constructed. And if it takes you time to trust that, or if you need distance while you figure it out, then that's what we'll give you. She paused. But right now you need somewhere to go and you need people around you, and we'd like it to be us. Harry was quiet for a moment. Are Hermione and Ron going to be told? He asked. Yes, Arthur said. Today? As soon as we're back. Harry thought about it, genuinely thought about it, not performing consideration. Then he said, okay. The Burrow. But Ragnarok, I want to come back here. I want to be here for the curse-breaking sessions. I want to know what's happening at every step. That is entirely your right, Ragnarok said. As the subject of the examination, you have full access and full authority over the process. You may halt it at any time. You may be present for every session. Good. Harry looked at the documentation again, then gathered the relevant pages, not all of them, but the key ones, the ones with the figures and the signatures and the dates, and folded them with the methodical care of someone who was going to need to reference them again. He put them in the inside pocket of the enormous shirt, which was surreal enough that Molly almost managed a small, fractured laugh. We'll have copies made for you, Ragnarok said. Thank you. Harry swung his legs off the recovery bed and stood up. He was slightly unsteady for just a moment, residual effect of the unconscious state, and he steadied himself without anyone needing to help him, one hand on the stone table. Then he was solid. He looked at the lordship ring for a moment. Am I correct, he said to Ragnarok, that as Lord Potter, I have certain legal standing that I didn't have as a minor ward of an estate? You are correct, Ragnarok said. Including the right to claim my Wisengamot seat? Ragnarok's expression shifted, very slightly, just a fraction, the goblin equivalent of being impressed. The House of Potter holds 2 Wisengamot seats. Both have been vacant since your father's death. As recognized Lord Potter, you may claim them. When? At the next session of the Wisengamot. Which is scheduled for 3 weeks from today. Ragnarok looked at him. You would, of course, require proper preparation. 3 weeks is enough, Harry said. Mr. Potter, Ragnarok said, and there was something different in how he said it, a wait, an acknowledgement. There will be considerable resistance. Dumbledore's allies are numerous, and they will work to discredit the examination findings before you can use them. The Ministry has already sent us an inquiry asking whether we are, he paused, choosing his words with goblin precision, absolutely certain of our conclusions. And are you? Harry said. We are Gringotts, Ragnarok said. We do not present findings we are uncertain of. Then tell them that, Harry said. Tell them exactly that. Ragnarok looked at him for a moment. Then he did something that Sharpclaw, watching from the door, had seen him do perhaps twice in 20 years of working with the director. He inclined his head. Not deeply, barely perceptible. But it was a bow. Harry noticed. He nodded back, clearly understanding what it meant. They left the heritage examination level and came back up through the stone corridors to the lobby in a small group, Harry, Molly, Arthur, Sharpclaw leading the way. The lobby was quieter than it had been hours earlier, the afternoon crowd thinning toward closing time, but there were still people present, and several of them noticed the group emerging from behind the teller gate. The whispers started almost immediately. Harry didn't look at the people whispering. He walked across the marble floor, the same marble floor he'd been lying on 3 hours ago, and he looked straight ahead, and his posture was different from the posture of the boy who'd walked in here this morning. Not dramatic, not performed. Just different in the way that something is different when it fits better. A journalist was coming through the main doors as they were heading out, a young woman with quick quotes quill already hovering, which suggested that someone had sent word out, and faster than anyone had hoped. Mr. Potter, can you confirm that, not today, Harry said, without stopping. Is it true that Dumbledore, not today, he said again, the same calm certainty, and pushed through the heavy bronze doors and out into the late afternoon sun of Diagon Alley. The news was already moving. He could feel it, not magically, just the ordinary way that news moves, in glances and whispers and the specific body language of people who've heard something extraordinary and are deciding what to do with it. A witch near Flourish and Blotts noticed him and grabbed her companion's arm. A wizard in front of the apothecary looked up sharply and then away. The air had that charged quality that Diagon Alley got sometimes, the feeling of something collectively held before it broke. Flu or apparition? Arthur asked quietly. Flu's faster, Harry said. Leaky cauldron? Come on, then. They moved quickly, Molly slightly ahead, Arthur beside Harry, and somewhere on the walk from Gringotts to the Leaky Cauldron, past the ice cream shop and the robe fitters and the Owl Emporium, Harry's hand briefly touched the ring on his finger. A quick, private contact. Not comfort, exactly. Something more like confirmation. I'm here, the gesture said. This is real. In the Leaky Cauldron, Tom the innkeeper gave them one startled look and then very deliberately looked away, which was the mark of a professional who'd been in this business long enough to know exactly when to see nothing. Arthur arranged the Flu in a back room, and they went through in quick succession, Harry second to last, stepping into the green flames with the documentation folded in his pocket and the ring warm on his hand. The burrow arrived around him in the way the burrow always did, all warmth and chaos and the particular smell of Molly Weasley's cooking that had been absorbing into these walls for 20 years. The kitchen fire crackled. Something was already on the stove despite the fact that no one had been home to start it, because the burrow's kitchen operated on some scheduling principle that had long since become self-sustaining. Ron was at the kitchen table. He was doing homework, or had been, before the sound of the Flu, because the book was still open but his quill was suspended in mid-air and he was staring at Harry with his mouth slightly open. Bloody hell, Ron said. What happened? Mum sent a message about Gringotts and then nothing for hours and then Dad sent another one that said don't go anywhere and, he stopped. He was looking at Harry the way he looked at chess problems, rapidly, from every angle. You look different. Harry looked at him. Ron Weasley, who had been his best friend since they were 11, who he'd thought he chose, who he'd thought he liked, who he still, looking at him now, with the behavioral constructs inert and the clearer glasses feeling still present, genuinely wanted to be here. Sit down, Harry said. I need to tell you something. Ginny came downstairs 40 seconds later, summoned by whatever older sibling sense she'd developed from years of people trying to have conversations she wasn't included in. She stood in the kitchen doorway in her summer clothes and looked at Harry with sharp, considering eyes, and then at her parents, and then at her brother. Someone start talking, she said. Arthur started talking. He did it well, Harry thought, methodically, clearly, not softening the details but not dramatizing them either. He laid it out the way he'd laid out the accounting pages, in order, in full. 67 curses. The financial drains. The core limiters. The behavioral constructs. The signature. Ron went through 3 phases in about 4 minutes. The first was confusion, the kind that involved a lot of wait, but, and that can't be. The second was the dawning comprehension that made his freckles stand out because his face went pale underneath them. The third was a very particular, very Weasley-specific expression that Harry had seen most frequently on Fred and George's faces, the one that said someone was going to answer for this. Dumbledore, Ron said. Yes, Arthur said. Dumbledore, Ron said again, differently, as though the word needed to be said at least twice to make it real. He's gone, Harry said. Left the country when Gringotts sent him the audit notification. Ron stared at him. He ran. Yes. The most powerful wizard alive. Ran. Apparently, Harry said. Ron sat back in his chair and looked at the ceiling. Huh, he said, which was doing an enormous amount of work as a response. Ginny had not moved from the doorway. She had listened to the entire account without saying anything, which was unusual enough on its own, and she was still doing that quiet, intense thing with her eyes, taking in Harry, his clothes, his posture, the ring, which she'd clearly noticed but hadn't yet asked about. "How much of it was him?" she said. "Between you and us." "How much was, I don't know," Harry said. "The constructs keyed to your family are inert right now, but they were never fully removed. I won't know until they are." He looked at her honestly. "But right now, sitting here, it feels like mine. Whatever that's worth." Ginny looked at him for a long moment. Then she said, "That's worth something," and came into the kitchen and sat down, and that was, Harry thought, about the most sensible response anyone had given him all day. "Hermione's going to lose her mind," Ron said, to no one in particular. "She arrives Thursday," Molly said. "She's going to lose her mind," Ron said again, with the serene certainty of someone who knew Hermione Granger. The evening moved in the way evenings at the Burrow moved, not in a straight line but in loops and orbits, people cycling through the kitchen, conversation starting and starting again. Molly cooked, because cooking was how Molly Weasley processed the unprocessable, and the smell of something rich and complex filled the house in a way that made the stone walls and the tilting structure and the general organized chaos of the place feel like a specific kind of answer to the stone-cold rooms of Gringotts. Harry sat at the kitchen table with the documentation spread out in front of him. Ragnar's copies had been pressed into his hands at the door of Gringotts, already rolled and tied, and he read through it again, more slowly this time. Without Ragnar explaining, he had to do more of the interpretation himself, but he found that most of it was legible if he went carefully, and what he didn't understand, he noted with a question mark in the margin of a piece of parchment from Ron's homework pile. Ron sat across from him and watched. "You're going to go after him, aren't you?" Ron said. "Not a question." "I'm going to make sure he can't pretend this didn't happen," Harry said. He turned a page. "That's not the same thing. Isn't it? Going after him would mean hunting him down." "I don't need to hunt him." Harry looked up. "The records exist. The evidence exists. Gringotts is filing formal proceedings in 48 hours and it's all going into the public record." He tapped the documentation. "He doesn't need me to come after him. He just needs to sit wherever he's hiding and watch what happens." Ron looked at him in the new, slightly recalibrated way he'd been looking at him since the kitchen conversation, as though the Harry-shaped space in his mental landscape had been upgraded. "Right," he said. "Yeah. Yeah. Also," Harry said, almost as an afterthought, "I have 2 Wisengamot seats I'm claiming in 3 weeks." Ron's quill dropped onto the table. "You, what?" "House of Potter," Harry said, going back to the documentation. 2 seats. They've been empty since my parents died. As Lord Potter, I can claim them." "Lord, is that what that ring is?" "Yes." Ron looked at the ring. He looked at Harry. He looked at the ring again. "Mate," he said, slowly. "Mate. I know. You're a lord. Apparently. And you're going to sit in the Wisengamot. In 3 weeks, yes." Ron sat with this for a moment, and then a grin started at the corner of his mouth, something genuine and delighted and uncomplicated, breaking through the weight of the evening like a gap in clouds. "Dumbledore is going to be absolutely furious," he said. "Good," Harry said, and for the first time since the Heritage Chamber, he almost smiled. Molly called them to dinner at 7, and the table was loud with Weasley conversation and Ginny arguing with Ron about something Quidditch-related that Harry followed for about 2 exchanges before losing the thread because he was watching the family around him, all that noise and warmth and the specific way this family occupied space together, sprawling into each other's sentences and passing things without asking and carrying on 4 conversations simultaneously. The behavioral constructs, Ragnar had said. Keyed to certain individuals. Harry sat with his plate of shepherd's pie and his glass of pumpkin juice and looked at Molly, who had put twice as much pie on his plate as everyone else's without comment, and Arthur, who had left his accounting papers in the other room and was managing to look almost ordinary, and Ron, who was now deeply engaged in defending his Quidditch opinion with the passionate illogic of someone who'd run out of actual arguments. He couldn't be certain. He wouldn't be certain until the curses were gone. But he'd held Molly's hand when she first found him. And she'd come looking for him, not been sent, not arranged, not dispatched by anyone. Just Molly Weasley on an ordinary morning in August, coming to the bank for school supply money, finding him on the floor. That, at least, had not been engineered. He ate his shepherd's pie. After dinner, when Ginny and Ron were doing dishes with a haste that suggested neither of them particularly wanted to and were competing to finish fastest, Harry found Arthur in the small sitting room adjacent to the kitchen, standing at the window and looking out at the garden in the late summer dusk. "Arthur," Harry said. Arthur turned. He had that look again, the look from the accounting pages, held in careful management. "I want to ask you something," Harry said. "And I want you to be honest." "Of course," Arthur said. "Did you know?" "Not the specifics, not the constructs or the fraud. But did you know that something was wrong? That there was something not right about my situation?" Harry looked at him directly. "I'm not asking to accuse you. I'm asking because I need to understand what the people who were supposed to be looking out for me actually knew." Arthur was quiet for a long moment. Long enough that Harry knew the answer was complicated. "I knew you weren't happy at your relatives," Arthur said. "I knew the arrangement was, I could see, every time you arrived, that you weren't cared for. Not the way a child should be." He looked out the window. "And I told myself that Dumbledore knew best. That there were reasons. Magical protections, things I didn't understand. I told myself that." He looked back at Harry. "I didn't ask. I should have asked." "Yes," Harry said. "You should have." Arthur nodded. He didn't make excuses. Harry appreciated that more than he could readily express. "I'm going to need help," Harry said. "With the Wizengamot preparation. With understanding how the wizarding legal system works politically, not just technically. I know the theory, I've read about it, but the practice, I've been a ministry official for 25 years, Arthur said. I know the political practice." Something changed in his expression, a decision being made. "I'll help you. Everything I know." "Thank you," Harry said. Arthur looked at the ring again. "Your father would have," he stopped. "What?" Arthur smiled, the kind that was slightly sad around the edges. "He would have been absolutely impossible to live with. Insufferably pleased." He met Harry's eyes. "In the best possible way." Harry went to bed in Ron's room that night, in the camp bed that had materialized beside Ron's bed as it always did, and lay in the dark listening to Ron's breathing slow into sleep, and thought. He thought about the heritage chamber, about Ragnarok's voice saying 67 in the cold amber light. About the core limiters and the behavioral constructs and the 67th curse sitting unopened on the accounting like a closed door. About Dumbledore moving his money into offshore accounts in 27 minutes. He thought about what it meant that the most powerful wizard in Britain had spent 15 years ensuring Harry was smaller than he was supposed to be. He thought about what it meant that it hadn't worked. That here, in the dark, he was still, himself. Whatever had been taken, whatever had been suppressed and limited and steered, there was still something underneath it that had woken up on a stone table in Gringotts and said tell me everything before it had even fully registered that it was awake. He turned the ring on his finger in the dark. Somewhere, in a country he didn't know the name of yet, Albus Dumbledore was in a room, probably thinking too. Good, Harry thought. Let him think. He closed his eyes, and he slept. In the morning, two things happened. The first was that an owl arrived with the Daily Prophet, and on the front page, in letters large enough to be read from across the kitchen, were the words, Gringotts Audit Exposes Stunning Potter Inheritance Fraud, Dumbledore named, flees Britain. Beneath the headline was a photograph of Harry from 3 years ago, looking startled, which he thought was probably deliberate. Ron read it first, while Harry was still coming down the stairs. He held it up without saying anything. Harry took it and read it standing at the foot of the stairs, bare feet on the wooden floor. He read the whole front page, which contained most of the key facts from the Gringotts report, the 67 curses, the financial figures, the core limiters, the behavioral constructs, the confirmed departure of Albus Dumbledore. Someone in Gringotts or the Ministry had talked. Probably both. He folded the paper and set it on the table. The second thing that happened was that a Patronus arrived through the kitchen window while he was still standing there. It was a large, shaggy, loping thing, silver-white, that moved like something that had been cooped up for too long and had a great deal of energy and not enough room. It was, unmistakably, a dog. It stopped in the middle of the kitchen and opened its silver mouth, and the voice that came out was one Harry hadn't heard in months and didn't expect, and which hit him somewhere in the chest like a fist. "Harry," said Sirius Black's voice, rough and urgent and alive. "I know. I know everything. I'm coming. Don't do anything without me." The Patronus dissolved. Harry stood in the kitchen of the burrow, barefoot, with a Daily Prophet on the table and a lordship ring on his finger and the voice of his godfather still echoing in the air, and he felt something that he couldn't quite name, something large and unwieldy and not unpleasant. Molly came in from the garden with fresh eggs and looked at his face. "What happened?" she said. "Sirius is coming," Harry said. Molly set down the eggs. "Pick them up again. Set them down again." "Right," she said. Her voice was carefully even. "Well, I'll make more breakfast." Harry sat down at the table, and for the first time since the floor of Gringotts, he laughed. Chapter 3, The Fire in the Burrow. Hermione Granger arrived on Thursday morning with 2 trunks, a cat carrier, a bag full of books she'd bought specifically for the journey and finished before she got here, and an expression on her face that suggested she'd read the Daily Prophet every day since Monday and had approximately 400 thoughts about it and had been very impatiently waiting for somewhere appropriate to put them. She came through the flue, brushed ash from her robes with one hand while pushing her hair back with the other, and turned to find Harry standing in the kitchen. She looked at him for about 2 seconds. Then she crossed the kitchen in 4 steps and hugged him, hard, the way Hermione hugged when she was frightened and relieved simultaneously and had decided that relief was winning. Harry hugged back, and over her shoulder he could see Ron in the doorway making an expression that was trying very hard to be neutral and failing. "You should have sent a letter," she said into his shoulder. "You should have, the moment you woke up you should have." "I know," he said. "You didn't, though." "No." She pulled back and looked at his face with the scrutiny of someone who had been running diagnostics on him in her head for 3 days. Her eyes went to the ring immediately. "Is that, yes? And you're, yes? And Dumbledore is actually, gone?" "Yes." She turned and looked at Ron. "Did you know about the ring immediately? Were you there when he got it?" "He just put it on," Ron said, a touch defensive. "In the middle of explaining everything else. He was very casual about it." "I wasn't casual," Harry said. "I was processing other things at the time." "You said right and put on a lordship ring," Ron said. "That is casual." Hermione sat down at the kitchen table and opened one of the books she'd brought in her shoulder bag. It was already flagged with bookmarks, multiple per page in some places, in the precise way that Hermione flagged things she intended to cite in arguments. Harry recognized the title, Wizarding Hereditary Law and Inheritance Rights, A Comprehensive Guide, 14th edition. "I've been reading," she said. "We know," Ron said. "You have 2 Wisengamot seats," she said to Harry, opening to a flagged page. "The Potter family held them continuously for 9 generations before your father died. Under the Hereditary Continuation Act of 1842, a minor heir who assumes lordship upon majority or earlier recognized claim is entitled to immediate seat occupation." She looked up. That means you can walk in there in 3 weeks and they legally cannot stop you. Ragnarok said the same thing, Harry said. Ragnarok is right. She turned to another flagged page. What he might not have told you is that 2 seats is significant. Most old families have 1. The Potter family accumulated a second through, hang on, she found the passage. Through the Peverell line. You're descended from the Peverells. Harry looked at her. The family from the children's story? The 3 brothers? The very same. Which means the Potter seats are both ancient and independently held, meaning they sit on different procedural committees and vote on separate calendars. You don't just get a voice, Harry. You get 2 voices in different rooms simultaneously. She closed the book and looked at him with the particular expression she used when information had arranged itself into a shape she found satisfying. Dumbledore held the supreme mugwump position and controlled both international relations and the chair of the Wizengamot. With 2 independent seats in play, the voting arithmetic changes. How much? Harry asked. Enough to matter, she said. Especially if others vote with you. Nobody's going to vote with a 15-year-old they've never heard speak, Ron said, not unkindly. That's just true. They will if the first thing the 15-year-old does is table the Gringotts heritage audit as formal evidence for ministry review, Hermione said, already turning to another flagged section. Because then it stops being a rumor and becomes a legal proceeding that every member of the Wizengamot is formally obligated to acknowledge. Harry looked at her. You worked all this out in 3 days. 2.5, she said. I slept some of Wednesday. Ron sat down at the table between them and propped his chin on his hand. I did think of one thing, he said. You've got all the legal machinery and the Gringotts evidence and the Wizengamot seats. But Dumbledore's got 30 years of loyalty from half the people in that chamber. They're not going to want to believe it. No, Harry agreed. So what do you do about the ones who'd rather think Gringotts is wrong than accept that Dumbledore did this? Harry turned the ring on his finger absently. He'd been doing this, Ron had noticed, not anxiously, not like a nervous habit, but like someone checking a compass heading. I don't argue with them, Harry said. The evidence doesn't need me to argue for it. Gringotts presents the findings, the documentation is public record, and anyone who wants to claim that 67 magically authenticated constructs are a clerical error is going to look very foolish very fast. He paused. What I need to do in that chamber is not convince Dumbledore's allies. I need to make the people in the middle uncomfortable staying in the middle. Hermione and Ron looked at him. That's quite smart, Ron said. Don't sound so surprised, Harry said. The morning settled into something almost ordinary after that, Hermione unpacking with the systematic efficiency she applied to everything, Ron conducting a guided tour of the burrow that mostly consisted of pointing at things and adding Fred and George broke that or Ginny jinxed me there once with equal parts pride and grievance. Harry sat at the kitchen table with his documentation and Hermione's flagged legal textbook and worked, and the sound of the burrow doing its daily business around him, pots washing themselves, the radio playing at low volume, Mrs. Weasley's voice somewhere upstairs, was so familiar it had the quality of an old song, the kind where you know every word without having learned them. Ginny appeared at 11 with mud on her boots from Quidditch practice and a glass of cold water and sat across from Harry without preamble. She looked at the open textbook. Hermione's, she said. Yes. You've been here since Tuesday and you've mostly been reading. Yes. Ginny pulled the book toward her and looked at the page he'd been on. Wizengamot procedural law, she said. Fun. Fascinating, Harry said. You're actually prepared for this. She said it the way she said most things, like she was checking something, taking a measurement. Not performing it. Actually. Harry looked up. Did you think I wouldn't be? I thought you might need more time, she said. To process. Most people would. I'm processing while I prepare, he said. It's the same motion. Ginny looked at him for a moment in that direct, evaluating way she had, and he remembered, now that things were clearer, now that the fog was thinning, that this had always been one of the things about Ginny Weasley that cut through everything else. She didn't soften her assessments. She just looked and reported what she found. The constructs, she said. The behavioral ones keyed to our family. Has Ragnarok said anything more about how exactly they worked? On you, specifically? Not exactly, Harry said. The broad shape is warmth. Inclination toward trust. A lowered barrier to relying on your family specifically. He looked at her. Why? Ginny put her chin in her hand. Because I want to know what's mine, she said, very directly, and what was put there. Whether, she stopped. When I was 11 and I had a crush on the idea of you, was that, I mean you weren't even here yet, you were just a name and a story, so it can't have been the constructs. But later, when you were actually a person and not a story, she stopped again, and something in her expression was almost angry, not at him, at the situation. I don't like not knowing which parts of my own feelings are mine. Harry was quiet for a moment. Neither do I, he said. Honestly, that's the worst part of it. The financial stuff is recoverable. The core limiter stuff, that'll be fixed with time. But not knowing your own mind, he stopped. That's the thing I can't stop turning over. Ginny nodded. She picked up her water glass. For what it's worth, she said, from where I'm sitting, you seem like yourself. Maybe more yourself than usual. She considered. Which is honestly a bit alarming. Alarming how? Because you're 15 and you've been awake 4 days and you're already planning to walk into the Wisengamot like you own the place. She looked at the ring. Which I suppose technically you do now. She stood up. I'm going to shower. Don't let Hermione give you a reading list that takes longer than school starts. She left, and Harry looked back at the book, and thought that whatever the constructs had done, Ginny Weasley's particular variety of honesty was not something that could have been manufactured. Sirius arrived on Friday night. He didn't come through the flue, he came through the back garden, which said something about how carefully he was moving, and it was Ginny who spotted him first, looking out the upstairs window and then appearing at the top of the stairs to announce with great calmness that there was a very large man crouched behind the gnome fence and he had a dog with him, or possibly was the dog, she wasn't certain. Harry was already on his feet before she finished the sentence. He went out the back door and into the garden, and Sirius was there, thinner than Harry remembered from 2 years ago, more lined around the eyes, his hair longer and tied back in a way that suggested he'd been somewhere without barbers. He'd been a dog until about 20 feet from the door, which explained Ginny's confusion, and he straightened up now with that particular motion of someone shaking off a form that had been on too long. He looked at Harry. Harry looked at him. Then Sirius said, I'm going to murder him, in a conversational tone that was somehow more frightening than shouting. Get in the queue, Harry said, and Sirius crossed the remaining distance and caught Harry by the back of the head, the way he did sometimes, not quite a hug, more like he was making sure Harry was actually there, a structural check, and Harry let him because this was serious and some things didn't need to be performed. I got the prophet on Monday, Sirius said, still holding him by the back of the head. I read it 4 times because I thought I was hallucinating. He pulled back and looked at him. His eyes were very bright and very angry and extremely awake. 67. I know. He put limiters on your core, Harry. He put compulsion constructs in your bloodline, I know, Harry said. I've read the report. Of course you've read the report. Sirius looked at him, at the ring, at his posture, at whatever it was about Harry that everyone kept looking at and not quite naming. You're different. The constructs are inert, Harry said. Most of them. He thought about the glasses analogy and decided it still applied. It's clearer. Sirius made a sound that was somewhere between fury and grief. I should have known, he said. I should have, when I escaped, when I tried to get custody, he blocked it at every turn. I thought it was the ministry, thought it was the trial, thought it was Fudge and the politics, but he stopped. He made sure you stayed where you were. He made sure I couldn't get to you." "Yes," Harry said. "That's, Harry, I've been in a cave eating rats while he had you, don't," Harry said. Not dismissively, with a precision. "Don't spend time on what you couldn't have known. I'm telling you about it now because you need to know, and because you're my godfather and you have the right to be furious. But spending the next week on guilt isn't useful." He looked at Sirius steadily. "We've got 3 weeks before the Wisengamot session and I need you to help me." Sirius stared at him. Something moved across his face, a brief, raw, recognizing look, as though he'd seen someone else for a moment in Harry's face. "Your father used to do that," Sirius said. "That voice. That let's focus voice." He exhaled. "James used it whenever I was about to do something spectacularly stupid." "Did it work?" "Almost never," Sirius said. "But I liked that he tried." He looked at the back door, and the warm light falling through it onto the garden. "Molly Weasley is in there. She found me," Harry said. "In Gringotts." "I know. I read the prophet." Sirius's expression did something complicated. "We have history, Molly and I. She didn't trust me after Azkaban. Reported my movements to Dumbledore when I was in contact with the Order." Harry was quiet for a moment. "She knows that's going to be a problem," he said. "She hasn't hidden it. She told me herself that she reported to him." Sirius looked at him. "She told you?" "Yes." "Voluntarily?" "Yes." Sirius looked at the door again. "Right," he said. "Then, I still might shout at her a bit." "I can't stop you," Harry said. "But after." "After what?" "After you come inside and have something to eat because you look like you've been living on berries and determination for a month." Sirius looked down at himself. "Berries and determination," he repeated. "That's fairly accurate." "Come on then," Harry said, and led his godfather inside. The kitchen when they entered had the quality of a room where everyone has known something was happening and has been collectively deciding how to arrange themselves for it. Molly was at the stove with the rigid back of a woman who is doing something with her hands so she doesn't do something else. Arthur was at the table with his tea. Ron and Ginny were on the stairs pretending not to be watching. Hermione was at the table with a book open and her eyes definitely not on the page. Sirius stopped just inside the door. Molly turned around. They looked at each other, and the kitchen held a very specific silence, the kind that contains everything that two people have thought about each other over a long period under difficult circumstances and haven't said. "Sirius," Molly said. "Molly," Sirius said. A pause. "You need feeding," Molly said. "I know," Sirius said. Another pause, shorter. Then Molly turned back to the stove and Sirius sat down at the table, and that was not a resolution, Harry understood, but it was something, a deferral, a setting aside, a mutual acknowledgement that whatever needed to be said between them could wait until there was food on the table. Which was, in its own way, a very Molly Weasley negotiation, and Harry thought Sirius had probably been smart enough to recognize and accept it. Sirius ate 3 bowls of soup and half a loaf of bread without pause, which confirmed the berries and determination theory, and while he ate, Harry introduced him to Hermione properly. They'd never actually met, Sirius having missed that particular year of Harry's life due to circumstances, and watched Sirius take about 40 seconds to assess her flagged legal textbooks and the documentation spread across the table and shift from polite to genuinely engaged. "You've been working on Wisengamot procedure," Sirius said. "For 3 days," Hermione said. "The Potter seats sit on the Committee for Experimental Charms and the full Wisengamot plenary. The plenary is where the heritage fraud charges will be formally tabled. They'll try to delay the tabling," Sirius said immediately. Dumbledore's allies will move for procedural review of the Gringotts findings before they allow them to be entered as evidence. That review could take months. Can they do that? Harry asked. They can try, Sirius said. But, he looked at Arthur. Art, what's the standard evidentiary threshold for a heritage fraud claim from Gringotts? Arthur didn't hesitate. Gringotts' findings are considered prima facie evidence under the Magical Heritage and Property Act. They can request independent review, but the original findings stand and are public record regardless. You can't suppress them pending review. Right, Sirius said. So they can slow it down, but they can't make it disappear. He looked at Harry. That's what you're counting on. Part of it, Harry said. I'm also going to need someone to make the case that Dumbledore acted alone. That his allies in the Ministry, the ones who are going to push for the delay, the ones who'll try to discredit Gringotts, aren't being implicated because they were genuinely unaware. He looked around the table. Because if they feel personally threatened, they'll fight. If they feel like cooperating is the safer option, they might. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. You're going to give them an out. I'm going to appear to give them an out, Harry said. Whether they actually have one depends on what the investigation finds. Hermione had stopped pretending to read her book and was now just watching Harry with an expression that was half pride and half something that looked almost like adjustment, like she was recalibrating something. Can I ask something? She said. Always, Harry said. The person you were before Monday. Before Gringotts. Was he? Are you the same person? Is it just the fog lifting, or is this? She stopped, clearly trying to phrase something carefully. Are you Harry with the constructs removed, or are you Harry who's had to become something different because of what happened? The table was quiet. Harry thought about this, genuinely, with the same seriousness he'd been giving everything else. Both, he said finally. The core limiters suppressed what I could become, not what I was. So this, he touched the ring briefly. This isn't new. It's always been here. I just couldn't get to all of it. He paused. But what happened at Gringotts, the 43 pages, the Heritage Chamber, waking up and being told, that changed me too. Not into someone else. Into someone with information. He looked at Hermione. Information changes what you can do. That's your entire philosophy, actually. Hermione's mouth curved. That is my entire philosophy, she said. Then you understand, Harry said. Sirius, who had been listening with his soup spoon paused halfway, set it down quietly. When are the goblins removing the constructs? He said. The core limiters. First session is next Tuesday, Harry said. Ragnarok said weakly after that, as long as I tolerate each removal well. And the 67th curse? The one on the night your parents died? The table shifted. Everyone around it knew about the 67th, but hearing it named directly had a specific weight. Not yet, Harry said. I'm not ready for that one. Fair enough, Sirius said, without pressure. But, Harry said, looking at his godfather steadily, when I open it, I want you there. Sirius was quiet for a moment. His hands on the table were very still. Yes, he said. Of course. Yes. Molly announced pudding at that point, which was chocolate, and the conversation shifted, not away from everything that had been said, but around it, giving it room, the way you move around furniture that isn't going to be moved just yet. It was only later, when the table had cleared and the dishes were washing themselves and Ron and Ginny had gone upstairs and Hermione had retreated to her room with her textbooks, that the kitchen held just 3 people, Sirius, Molly, and Harry. Harry looked at both of them. I'm going to get a glass of water, he said, and then I'm going to take a very long time doing it. He went to the sink with his back to both of them, and he ran the tap, and he didn't look around. Behind him, after a moment, Sirius said, very quietly, he had compulsion constructs keyed to your family. I know, Molly said. He used your love for Harry, I know, she said again, and her voice was not defensive. It was something much harder to hold, genuinely contrite, not in the performative way but in the way of someone who has been sitting with a truth for 4 days and has stopped arguing with it. He used what I already felt. He didn't manufacture it, Sirius, you need to believe that, but he shaped it into something useful to him, and I let him, because I trusted him and didn't ask questions when I should have. Silence. He blocked my custody claim, Sirius said. In 1993. You know that. Yes. Did you help him? A pause. Long enough to be its own answer. I told him when you made contact with Harry, Molly said. I told him about the letters. I thought, she stopped. I told myself I was protecting Harry. I believed that. Another pause, quieter. I don't know anymore how much of what I believed was true and how much was because I was so certain that Albus knew best that I never let myself look at the alternative. Harry kept his back to the room and his hands under the cold water. Arthur thinks, Sirius said slowly, that most of the Order were managed in similar ways. Not the constructs, he didn't do constructs on all of them. But the information management, the selective briefings, making sure nobody had enough of the full picture to put it together. Yes, Molly said. Arthur thinks that. I think Arthur's right. Then what happened to Harry isn't just about Harry. No, Molly said. It isn't. Another silence, different in quality from the others, less combative, more weighted. I'm not going to tell you we're square, Sirius said. Because we're not. Not yet. I know, Molly said. But I'll sit at your table, Sirius said. And eat your food. And work out the rest while we figure this thing out. That's enough, Molly said. For now, that's enough. Harry turned off the tap and turned around with his glass of water and both of them looked at him, and neither of them said anything, and he nodded once, not at what they'd said to each other but at the fact that they'd said it. Good, he said. Sit down. I want to go over the Wizengamot seating chart. Saturday arrived with rain and owls. The owls were the problem. Not the Weasley family's owls, those were expected. It was the external ones, arriving in quantities that went from a few on Monday to dozens by Thursday to what could only be described as a situation by Saturday morning. They came from witches and wizards Harry didn't know, names on letters from all over Britain and several from the continent, a range of tones from passionately supportive to coolly political to one or two that were simple screeds of outrage in a handwriting that suggested they'd been written very quickly and without much editing. Harry read the supportive ones once, noted names, and put them in a pile. He read the political ones carefully, twice, and put them in a different pile. He didn't read the screeds. Hermione organized the political pile into categories with the kind of focused pleasure she brought to index systems, while Ron handled the more aggressive owls with the practical calm of someone who'd grown up in a house with many owls and no patience for bad behavior. Ginny drafted a brief, courteous standard acknowledgement response, Lord Potter thanks you for your correspondence and will respond in due course, that managed to sound simultaneously formal and entirely unbothered, which Harry thought was probably the exact tone they needed. This one's from Lucius Malfoy, Ron said, holding up a thick, cream-colored envelope with the Malfoy seal. Everyone around the table looked at it. Open it, Harry said. Ron slid it with his knife, probably more aggressively than necessary, and passed the letter to Harry. It was written in the precise, formal handwriting of someone who had been trained to write letters as a social art form, and it said, in substance, Lord Potter, please accept my congratulations on the formal recognition of your inheritance and title. I am aware that the circumstances are deeply troubling, and I wish to convey that several members of the Wizengamot share your concerns regarding the conduct of the former Supreme Mugwump. I would welcome the opportunity to speak with you privately regarding matters of mutual interest before the forthcoming session. Yours sincerely, Lucius Malfoy. Harry read it twice. Then he handed it to Sirius. Sirius read it and made a sound. He smells blood in the water, he said. Dumbledore's been the dominant power in the Wizengamot for 30 years, and now there's a vacuum, and Malfoy's deciding whether to fill it himself or back whoever he thinks will fill it. He looked at Harry. He wants to know which one you are. And you want to respond? Hermione asked Harry, her voice carefully neutral. I want to meet him, Harry said. Ron opened his mouth. Ron, Harry said. I didn't say anything, Ron said. You were about to say that Malfoy is dangerous and untrustworthy and his son has been making my life difficult since we were 11. I was, Ron agreed. All of those things remain true. Yes, Harry said. And he's also the most connected political operator in the Wizengamot. He has no personal loyalty to Dumbledore, he has reasons of his own to want the current system disrupted, and he's reaching out to me rather than waiting to see what I do. That's information. He looked at the letter again. I'm not going to trust him. But I'm going to listen to him. Where? Sirius asked. Neutral ground, Harry said. Gringotts, actually. Ragnarok's offices. If Malfoy wants to talk to me, he can do it in the one building in Britain where the walls are made of legal documentation and nobody's word counts for anything without evidence. Sirius started laughing, a real laugh, surprised out of him, rusty with disuse. Merlin, Harry. Is that funny? It's brilliant, Sirius said. It puts you on home ground, it puts Ragnarok in the room by implication. It tells Malfoy that you're not afraid of him and that you understand exactly what kind of meeting this is. He shook his head. Yeah. Right back. Tell him Gringotts, Wednesday. Hermione was already reaching for parchment. The rain continued through Saturday and into Sunday, and the burrow did what the burrow did in wet weather, it drew in, became more itself, the kitchen perpetually warm and the radio perpetually on and someone perpetually in the middle of explaining something to someone else. Sirius stayed, to Molly's carefully managed diplomacy, sleeping in the attic room that was the only available space and not complaining once, which Harry thought was a significant display of social effort from a man who'd spent 3 years living in a cave. Sunday afternoon, Arthur came home from a quick ministry trip with a look that he'd clearly been composing for the walk from the Floo, the look of someone who has information that is both useful and uncomfortable. Percy, he said to Molly, in the kitchen, where everyone was present because the kitchen was the only room in the burrow large enough for everyone to be present in simultaneously. Molly set down her spoon. He's been assigned to the minister's office review of the Gringotts findings, Arthur said. Fudge set up an internal review committee on Friday, partly to get ahead of the story and partly because Percy asked to be on it. Percy asked, Molly said. He wrote the minister directly, Arthur said. I found out from Weatherby in the administrative office, who heard it from, he caught the look on Molly's face and abbreviated the chain. Percy volunteered. He wants to be the ministry representative who coordinates with Gringotts on the official handover of the audit documentation. Silence. Why would he do that? Ron said. Then, answering his own question, because it puts him in the room. And close to the minister, Ginny said. And it signals to Dumbledore's people that he's ministry first, Harry said quietly. Everyone looked at him. Percy, Harry said, carefully, has been positioning himself as a ministry loyalist for 2 years. He believes in the institution. He genuinely does, I've seen it. He thinks the way up is institutional loyalty and demonstrated competence and never, ever choosing personal affiliation over official function. He looked at Arthur. Him being on the review committee isn't necessarily against us. It might actually be useful. If Percy coordinates the documentation handover, the documentation gets handed over correctly. He doesn't cut corners. He doesn't misfile things. He paused. Does he know where we stand? The family? Arthur looked at Molly. Something between them, a brief conversation conducted entirely in expressions. He doesn't know Harry is here, Molly said. We haven't told him. Maybe tell him, Harry said. Harry, Molly started. Not to recruit him, Harry said. Just so he's not blindsided. If he's going to be in those meetings and he suddenly finds out that his family is actively supporting the other side of the case, that's a shock that could make him make a bad decision. If he knows now, he can make the decision deliberately. He looked at her. Whatever that decision is. Molly looked at him for a long, quiet moment. She had, Harry thought, a particular way of looking at him sometimes, an expression that was too complicated to name, that contained somewhere inside it a specific kind of recognition, as though she was continually discovering something she should have already known. "I'll write to him tonight," she said. "That's all I'm asking," Harry said. Monday came and the rain stopped and the Burrows' garden steamed slightly in the morning sun, and Harry went outside alone after breakfast and stood in the wet grass with his hands in his pockets. He'd been inside for 4 days. 4 days of documentation and legal textbooks and conversation and owls and strategy, and all of it necessary, all of it purposeful, none of it wrong, but 4 days, and he'd been carrying things that needed air. He thought about the 67th curse. He'd been avoiding it the way you avoid a room in a house you know has something in it that you're not ready to see. Not afraid exactly, more like aware. Aware that what Ragnarok had described, a perception construct anchored to the night of October 31, 1981, was the last door, and behind it was something that might reorganize everything that had come before in the same way the last 43 pages had reorganized everything before that. What did he know about that night? His parents had been at Godric's Hollow. Voldemort had found them, betrayed by Peter Pettigrew, who had been the secret keeper. James had died without his wand. Lily had died protecting Harry. Voldemort had cast the killing curse at Harry, it had rebounded, Voldemort had been destroyed. That was the story. That was what everyone knew. Dumbledore had placed a perception construct on the memory of it, or on his understanding of it, when Harry was 14 months old. The same night. The same time. What could there be in that night that Dumbledore needed Harry not to know? Behind him, the back door opened and closed, and Ginny came out with 2 mugs of tea and stood beside him in the wet grass, holding one out until he took it. "Ragnarok's session is tomorrow," she said. "I know. Are you nervous?" He thought about it. "No," he said. He turned the tea between his hands. "I want it done." Ginny nodded. "When they remove the ones keyed to my family," she said. "I want to know. When that specific one is gone. I want you to tell me." Harry looked at her. "Why?" She looked back with that measuring quality. "Because then whatever happens after is real," she said. "And I'd like to know when real starts." Harry held that for a moment. The wet garden, the steam, the tea warm in his hands. "I'll tell you," he said. "Good." She sipped her tea. "Sirius is already inside arguing with Mum about whether he needs to come to Gringotts tomorrow." "Does he?" "She thinks he'll cause a scene. He thinks he has a right to be there." "They're both right, which is making it worse." She tilted her head. "You should go in and settle it." "In a minute," Harry said. He looked at the garden a while longer. The gnomes were moving in the undergrowth at the far fence line, rotund and irritable and blissfully unaware of everything happening inside the house. The morning light came through at an angle that made the grass look very green and the puddles very bright. He thought, 4 days ago I was on the floor of Gringotts Bank and I didn't know any of this. He thought, everything changes now. He thought, good. He finished his tea, and he went inside. The argument between Sirius and Molly had evolved by the time he got there into a 3-way disagreement that had acquired Ron as a mediator, which was like acquiring a highly opinionated plank of wood as structural support. Hermione had taken herself to the other side of the kitchen table with her book and an expression of conscious neutrality. "You are not a registered animagus," Molly was saying, very precisely. "You are a wanted man. If someone at Gringotts recognizes you, nobody's going to recognize me if I come as the dog," Sirius said. "I walk in, I sit in the corner, nobody looks twice at the director of Gringotts will look twice at an unregistered animagus in his heritage chamber, Sirius, and then we'll have a very different conversation on our hands, actually, Harry said, from the doorway. Everyone looked at him. Ragnarok already knows Sirius exists, Harry said. I told him on Tuesday that my godfather would be coming. He said, and I'm quoting, that Gringotts has no interest in the internal politics of the ministry's criminal designations, and that any individual directly related to the Potter heritage case is welcome in these proceedings. He looked at Sirius. You're coming tomorrow. In human form. Molly and Sirius both looked at him. You told Ragnarok about me, Sirius said. Tuesday, Harry said. Before you arrived. I told him my godfather had been wrongly imprisoned, was currently a fugitive due to ministry incompetence, and was relevant to the case. He said, again, quoting, that incompetent justice systems were a human speciality that goblins had managed to avoid largely by not requiring them. Sirius stared at him. Then he started laughing again, that same surprised, rusty laugh. I like him, he said. I like this goblin. He's growing on me too, Harry admitted. Molly sat down. Ron sat down. The argument dissolved as arguments sometimes do, not resolved but overtaken by something that made them unnecessary. Hermione looked up from her book. We should go over what happens tomorrow, she said. The first removal session. What to expect. Sharpclaw sent over a procedure outline, Harry said, pulling it from his pocket. Of course he did, Hermione said approvingly, already reaching for it. Harry surrendered the parchment and sat down at the kitchen table, and the morning opened around them, the sun now fully up, the garden drying outside, the burrow alive with its usual organized chaos, and they worked, all of them, together, and the work felt like something real. Outside in the garden, the gnomes continued to be gnomes, which was perhaps the most ordinary thing happening anywhere in Britain that morning. Inside, Lord Harry James Potter sat at a kitchen table with his godfather and his best friends and the family that had found him, and he made his plans. Chapter 4, Lords and Ledgers. The first removal session lasted 4 hours. Harry went in expecting something dramatic, flashes of light, physical pain, the magical equivalent of surgery, and what he got instead was profoundly strange in a quieter way. He lay on the black stone table in the heritage chamber with Ragnarok at his right and Sharpclaw at his left and 2 other curse-breakers he hadn't met before positioned at the cardinal points, and the silver light in the floor channels moved, and they worked. It felt like fingers carefully unpicking knots in the dark. That was the closest he could get to it. Each construct they isolated and began to loosen produced a sensation that wasn't quite pain, more like the feeling of a muscle you didn't know was clenched slowly releasing. Some of them were small and came away cleanly. One of the financial ones, a redirect placed on a subsidiary vault when Harry was 3, peeled free in under 2 minutes and left nothing behind except a brief cold patch in his sternum that faded fast. The behavioral constructs took longer. Ragnarok worked those ones himself, and Harry kept his eyes on the vaulted ceiling and breathed steadily, and felt, one by one, things he'd always considered his own instincts reveal themselves as slightly wrong, slightly off, the way a note played a quarter-tone flat sounds almost right until you hear the true note and then you can never unhear the difference. The one keyed to Dumbledore specifically was the largest. The oldest. It had grown into his decision-making the way a root grows into stone, not destroying it, not replacing it, but present in every crack. When it began to loosen, Harry felt something he couldn't quite name, not anger, not grief, more like the recognition of distance. Like standing back from something that had always been directly in front of his face and seeing its actual shape for the first time. He didn't say anything. He breathed. Sirius was in the corner of the heritage chamber in a chair that was too small for him, and Harry could hear him being very still, the deliberate stillness of someone suppressing a considerable amount of feeling through sheer force of will. The one key to the Weasley family came away last, and it was the strangest of all, because it was the most subtle, not compulsion, not loyalty engineering, but something softer than that. A slight amplification of warmth. A gentle push toward trust. And when it released, Harry lay there for a moment and ran that same internal inventory he'd run in the recovery room, and found that what remained was his. Different in shape than what had been. Not diminished. Clearer. He sat up. Ragnarok looked at him. How do you feel? Harry thought about Ginny's question in the garden, and about Molly in the kitchen, and about Ron's face across the table on Tuesday night. Like I know what I'm working with now, he said. Ragnarok nodded. 3 more sessions for the core limiters, he said. Today we removed the behavioral and financial constructs. The developmental ones require a different approach, more time, more precision. You should feel some immediate change in your magic, but the full growth will come over weeks. What kind of change? Harry asked. Ragnarok considered. Cast something, he said. Harry looked at him. Then he raised his wand. He'd kept it on him, a condition he'd insisted on and Ragnarok had agreed to without argument, and thought of the first spell that came to mind. Lumos. The light that came from his wand was not the quiet, steady glow of a lumos he'd cast 100 times. It was bright. Noticeably, startlingly bright, filling the heritage chamber with warm light and throwing sharp shadows from the silver channel grooves in the floor, and Harry looked at it for a moment with a raised eyebrow. Right, he said. 3 more sessions, Ragnarok said, with the equanimity of someone who expected this. And this is the first session. Harry extinguished the light. Sirius, from the corner, said nothing, but Harry could feel him vibrating. Outside the heritage chamber, in the corridor, Sirius caught Harry's arm. That Lumos, he said. I know, Harry said. Harry, I know, he said again. 3 more sessions. Sirius looked at him with the bright, dangerous eyes of someone connecting a great many things simultaneously. Then he exhaled. Right, he said. Wednesday. Malfoy. Wednesday, Harry confirmed. Wednesday arrived the way significant things tend to arrive, with the same light and temperature as every other day, indifferent to the weight people had attached to it. Harry ate breakfast at the Burrow, worked through some of Hermione's notes on Wisengamot committee procedure, and operated to Diagon Alley with Sirius at 10:30. They arrived at Gringotts at 5 to 11. Lucius Malfoy was already there. He was waiting in the lobby, not at the teller windows, not queuing with ordinary witches and wizards, but positioned slightly to one side of the main floor with the air of someone who knew that arriving early was a form of power and arrived early everywhere as a matter of principle. He was in dark grey robes, perfectly pressed, his platinum hair precise, his cane held in his left hand with a grip that was casual enough to be a performance. He looked exactly as he always looked, polished to a cold shine and watching everything. His eyes found Harry the moment he came through the doors. Harry walked across the lobby without hurrying. Sirius was 1 step behind him and slightly to the left, which Malfoy registered with a flicker of something behind his eyes, surprise, quickly managed. Lord Potter, Malfoy said. And there was something in the way he said it that was worth noting, not sycophantic, not ironic. Correct. As though the title were simply a fact he was acknowledging. Mr. Malfoy, Harry said. A brief, calculated pause, in which Malfoy looked at Sirius. Black, he said. Malfoy, Sirius said, pleasantly. Whatever that word contained, Malfoy decided to leave it alone. He looked back at Harry. I appreciate the location, he said. Practical. I thought so, Harry said. Ragnarok has a conference room. Shall we? He didn't wait for confirmation. He moved toward the teller gate, where Sharpclaw was waiting, because he'd sent word ahead, because he planned things, and he heard Malfoy fall into step behind him with the smooth silence of someone who had decided that being led was acceptable on this occasion. The conference room was a step up from the consultation room where Molly had waited, a large stone table, 6 chairs that were actually proportioned for humans, and a window that shouldn't have existed at this depth but somehow did, looking out onto a wall of ancient granite lit from below. Ragnock was seated at the head of the table when they entered. Malfoy stopped. "Director Ragnock," he said, and his voice was impeccably polite and very carefully recalibrated. "Mr. Malfoy," Ragnock said. "I trust you don't object to my presence. The Potter heritage case is under active Gringotts jurisdiction, and any conversation materially related to it involves our interests." It was framed as courtesy and was actually a wall. Malfoy knew it, and looked at Harry, and something passed between them, a mutual recognition of a well-placed peace. "Of course not," Malfoy said, and sat down. Harry sat across from him. Sirius took the chair to Harry's left. Ragnock remained at the head. The architecture of the seating said everything about whose meeting this was. "Your letter suggested matters of mutual interest," Harry said. "Before the Wizengamot session." Malfoy folded his hands on the table. He had the manner of a man who had conducted a very large number of significant conversations and knew that the quality of what you said first determined the quality of everything that followed. "I'll be direct," he said. "Please," Harry said. "Dumbledore has been the central power in the Wizengamot for 3 decades. He controlled the judicial committees, the appointment process for senior ministry officials, and the information flows that determine how members vote on anything politically sensitive. Several members of the Wizengamot owe their positions, directly or indirectly, to decisions Dumbledore influenced. Including myself." He said the last sentence without any apparent discomfort. "What Gringotts has now revealed changes the structural balance of that institution significantly. Dumbledore is gone. His proxies remain, and they will work to maintain the apparatus he built because the apparatus serves their interests too." He looked at Harry steadily. "You intend to claim your seats and table the audit documentation at the session in 12 days. "I do," Harry said. "The proxies will move to delay. They will request procedural review, question the Gringotts methodology, and attempt to have the tabling deferred to a committee that they control." Malfoy's voice was even and factual. "They will fail in the long run because the evidence is insurmountable. But they can drag it out. 6 months. A year, possibly. In that time, they will coordinate a narrative. They will work to reframe Dumbledore's actions as well-intentioned if misguided, lobby for reduced censure, and ensure that any associated investigations into ministry complicity are quietly minimized." Harry watched him. "You're describing what they'll do, not what you'll do." "Correct." Malfoy unfolded his hands briefly, a slight opening gesture. "What I'm proposing is this. I have 16 votes in the Wizengamot, either direct or through proxies who follow my lead. If those 16 votes oppose procedural delay on the tabling of your documentation, the delay fails. The audit enters the public record immediately. The investigation into ministry complicity can't be minimized because the evidence is formally entered before any narrative management can begin." Harry was quiet for a moment. Beside him, Sirius was being very still again. "And what do you want for 16 votes?" Harry said. Malfoy looked at him. Something in the look was, not quite respect, but the precursor to it. "2 things," he said. "First, that when the investigation into ministry complicity proceeds, you make clear, publicly and in the chamber, that families who self-report involvement before the investigation reaches them will be treated differently from those who obstruct or conceal. I want a voluntary disclosure provision." "For yourself," Harry said. "Among others," Malfoy said smoothly. "And the second thing?" "The vacant International Confederation seat," Malfoy said. "Dumbledore held it. It reverts to British appointment. I want the Potter votes in support of my nomination." Harry looked at him for a long moment. Then he looked at Ragnock. Ragnock's expression was that of a man watching a chess game and declining to comment on the moves. Harry looked back at Malfoy. "The voluntary disclosure provision," he said. "What you're describing isn't clemency. It's sequencing. People who come forward before they're found would still face consequences. I understand that, Malfoy said. I want that explicit. In writing. Before the session. A pause. Agreed, Malfoy said. The Confederation seat, Harry said. I'll support your nomination on one condition. Malfoy waited. The 16 votes don't just oppose the delay, Harry said. They vote affirmative on the full evidentiary tabling and on opening the Ministry complicity investigation. Not just blocking the obstruction. Active support. Malfoy studied him. That's a more significant commitment. It is, Harry agreed. So is a Confederation seat. Another pause. Longer. Malfoy's fingers rested on the table, perfectly still, and Harry had the feeling of watching a very precise calculation being run at speed behind pale eyes. Agreed, Malfoy said. I'll need it in writing before Friday, Harry said. Ragnarok can hold the documentation. Malfoy looked at Ragnarok. Ragnarok returned the look with equanimity. Gringotts is accustomed to holding sensitive agreements, Ragnarok said. Friday, Malfoy said to Harry. You'll have it. He stood, signaling his intention to leave with the efficiency of someone whose time was expensive and who managed it accordingly. He straightened his cane. Then he looked at Harry one more time. You're not what I expected, he said. I know, Harry said. Malfoy left. His footsteps were quiet on the stone corridor, and then they were gone. Sirius sat back in his chair and looked at the ceiling. Right, he said. Okay. 16 votes, Harry said. I know how many votes 16 is, Sirius said. I'm having a moment. Have it quickly, Harry said. We need to brief Hermione before she finds out from someone else and reorganizes the entire strategy without asking. Sirius lowered his eyes from the ceiling. She'd do that, wouldn't she? Absolutely, Harry said. Ragnarok, who had said nothing during the last exchange, now said, the agreement is sound. He will honor it, not out of integrity but because the Confederation seat is worth more to him than reneging. You read him correctly. Harry looked at the director. Did I? The self-reporting provision was the tell, Ragnarok said. He has exposure in the Ministry complicity investigation. Not from Dumbledore's conduct directly, Malfoy was too careful for that. But from associated activities that an open investigation would surface. He wants to control the terms of his own accounting. He paused. He also genuinely wants Dumbledore's apparatus dismantled, because it has constrained him for 30 years. His interests and yours overlap significantly. But they're not the same, Harry said. No, Ragnarok agreed. They are never the same. But overlapping interests, properly structured, are the foundation of most productive agreements. He gathered his notes. I will prepare the holding documentation. Friday. Harry nodded. The walk back through the lobby was different from the walk in, or maybe Harry was different, 3 days after the first removal session and several hours into a morning that had gone as planned. He felt the ring on his hand and thought about 16 votes and thought about the session in 9 days and thought about Dumbledore, somewhere on the continent, watching the newspapers and understanding what was coming. Let him watch, Harry thought. Let him understand exactly how it's happening. Outside on Diagon Alley, Sirius fell into step beside him. You know what you remind me of right now? Sirius said. Don't say my father, Harry said. I was going to say your mother, Sirius said. Your father was brilliant and reckless. Your mother was brilliant and precise. That thing in there, he gestured back at Gringotts. James would have tried to win Malfoy over into being a genuine ally. Lily would have structured an agreement where his interests and hers ran parallel long enough to serve her purpose, and known the whole time exactly what she was dealing with. He looked at Harry. That was Lily's move. Harry was quiet for a moment. Tell me about her sometime, he said. Not about Voldemort, not about the war. Just, her. Yeah, Sirius said, roughly. Yeah, I will. They walked back down Diagon Alley in the Thursday morning crowd, and Harry bought 2 butterbeers from the stand outside the Leaky Cauldron because he was hungry and it was there, and gave one to Sirius, and they stood on the cobblestones and drank them like ordinary people having an ordinary morning, which was almost certainly the most extraordinary thing Harry had done all week. The days between Wednesday and the Wisengamot session had a specific quality, taut and purposeful, full of preparation that was interesting in the same way that building something is interesting, all the pieces needing to come together in the right order. Hermione's reaction to the Malfoy agreement was exactly as predicted. She asked 17 questions, reorganized the strategy twice, then concluded that it was correct and spent the next 12 hours adding supporting documentation to what Harry would present at the session. Ron helped with the Wisengamot seating chart, which turned out to be his particular strength. He understood the political layout the way he understood a chessboard, intuitively, seeing relationships and leverage points that took Harry longer to work out from first principles. Dumbledore's core block is about 30 votes, Ron said, pushing pieces around the chart on Thursday evening. They're not going to flip. But they can't carry the room alone. The middle group, he gestured at a cluster in the center. These are the people who followed him because it was easier than not following him. They don't have strong loyalty. They have strong habits. And habits break when the alternative is documented complicity, Hermione said. Or when 16 votes move the other way before they've decided where to stand, Harry said. Right. Ron moved the Malfoy pieces. If those 16 go affirmative on the tabling, the middle group sees which way the wind is blowing before they have to commit. Most of them will fall in line with the majority. He sat back. What's your count look like? Harry had been running his own numbers. 16 from Malfoy. My 2. 6 that Sirius identified as independent seats that have been opposed to Dumbledore's consolidation for years. They'll vote with us on principle. That's 24 definite affirmatives before we start. He looked at the chart. We need a simple majority of those present. If 50 people show up, we need 26. We're there on definites alone, Hermione said. Which means we're well past it with the middle group, Ron said. Even if half of them abstain and half vote with Dumbledore's block, we've got the room. But I want more than a slim majority, Harry said. I want it to be undeniable. I want the record to show that the Wisengamot reviewed the Gringotts findings and voted overwhelmingly to proceed, not that it squeaked through on a close call that Dumbledore's allies can spend the next year contesting. Then we need the middle group to vote affirmative, Hermione said. Not abstain. Yes, Harry said. So I need to give them a reason. He looked at the seating chart. Not an argument. A reason. Something that makes them feel that voting yes is the right thing rather than just the safe thing. Ron looked at him. How do you do that? Harry was quiet for a moment. What do all these people have in common, he said. The middle group. Not politically, personally. Hermione thought. They're mostly from old families, she said. They care about heritage law. They care about the integrity of the inheritance system, they care about, she stopped. Oh. Harry looked at her. They care about their own vaults, she said. Their own inheritances. Their own family's magical rights. She was connecting something. If Dumbledore could do this to the Potter vaults, to a protected, sealed inheritance, what's to stop someone doing it to them? Nothing, Harry said. That's the argument. Not that Dumbledore wronged me specifically. That Dumbledore demonstrated that the systems protecting all of them can be violated with impunity, and the only thing preventing it from happening again is a clear, decisive accounting now. He looked at the chart. I make it about the system, not about myself. And about them, Ron said. And about them, Harry agreed. Sirius, who had been listening from the armchair in the corner, said, you need to actually say that in the chamber. Not just imply it. You need to stand up and say it directly. I know, Harry said. You've never spoken publicly in the Wizengamot, Sirius said. It's a different kind of room from a classroom or even a ministry hearing. The acoustics are strange, the seats are raked, the protocols are. Arthur has been drilling me on the protocols, Harry said. Every morning this week. Sirius paused. Every morning? He's very thorough, Harry said. Sirius looked at the doorway to the kitchen where Arthur could be heard making tea, and something moved in his expression, the same complicated recalibration it did every time Arthur or Molly did something that required him to update his working model of them. Right, he said. Friday came and Malfoy's documentation arrived at Gringotts exactly as agreed, signed and witnessed. Ragnarok sent Harry a brief note of confirmation with the characteristic Goblin understatement, the documentation is in order. Mr. Malfoy's legal team is thorough. Saturday was the second removal session. This one went deeper. The core limiters were different from the behavioral constructs, more fundamental, more interwoven, and the sensation of their removal was correspondingly more intense. Not painful, but present in a way that was hard to ignore, like a sustained pressure in the center of his chest that rose and fell as each limiter was loosened. He came out of it feeling slightly hollowed and slightly enormous simultaneously, which was contradictory and accurate. Back at the burrow that evening, he sat in the garden in the dusk and held his wand loosely and let magic move through it without directing it, the way you run water from a tap to check the pressure. What came out was, more. Significantly more than Tuesday's Lumos. Not uncontrolled, just larger than it had been. He looked at his wand for a moment. You're going to need to retrain some of your casting, Hermione said from the back step, watching him. The calculations you've been doing automatically, the power calibration, they're off now because your baseline has shifted. Some things will overperform until you adjust. I know, he said. I felt it. How much over, she asked. He thought about it. My Expelliarmus would probably put someone through a wall right now, he said. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Don't cast that at anyone you like, she said. Good note, Harry said. She came and sat beside him in the grass, bringing her knees up and wrapping her arms around them. Harry, she said. Not with a question attached. Just his name, with something in it. What? He said. When you open the 67th curse, she said. The perception construct. Have you thought about, she stopped. What you might find? Constantly, he said. I've been trying not to think about it specifically because I don't want to come in with assumptions that close off what I actually see. But yeah. Constantly. Hermione nodded. Whatever it is, she said, you're not going to be alone in that room. I know, he said. And he did know. And it was, when he checked, genuinely, under no construct, with clear eyes, a real comfort. Not the amplified warmth of a behavioral enchantment. Just Hermione Granger, sitting in wet grass on a Saturday evening, meaning what she said. Thank you, he said. Don't be sentimental, she said. I'm also going to be there for intellectual reasons. I genuinely want to know what's in it. Harry laughed. Of course you do. It could be historically significant, she said, with dignity. It definitely is, he said. She unfolded from the grass and went inside, and Harry sat alone a little longer and thought about the Wizengamot session in 6 days, and the 67th curse, and the things Ragnarok had said about the night of October 31st, 1981, a perception construct, affecting how you understand and remember that night, and about Sirius, who had been at Godric's Hollow afterward, who had found the ruins, who had lived with the memory of that night for 15 years. Something was wrong about the story. He didn't know what. He'd been told the same version so many times it had the smoothness of something handled often. But there was a reason Dumbledore had put a perception construct on Harry's understanding of it specifically, placed it when Harry was 14 months old, and maintained it for 15 years. There was something in that night that Dumbledore needed to survive unchallenged. Harry filed it. Set it in the part of his mind where things waited until the right moment, and rose from the wet grass, and went inside to have dinner with the people who were his. 6 days passed. They passed in the way that the days before significant things pass, full and fast, with the peculiar quality of time that knows it's running out and refuses to waste itself. Arthur drilled Harry on protocols every morning. Hermione refined the presentation of the audit documentation every afternoon. Ron tracked the developing political conversation in the wizarding press. The Prophet had been running daily coverage since Monday, the tone shifting from shock to analysis to the particular political weather that appears when an institution realizes it has to respond to something it would rather ignore. Several of Dumbledore's former allies had made public statements. Most of them said variations of the same thing, that the findings were troubling, that a full investigation was appropriate, that they were confident the process would clarify matters, that they retained respect for Albus Dumbledore's lifetime of service. "They're hedging," Sirius said, reading through the statements on Monday evening. "Every one of them. Nobody's defending him outright, nobody's condemning him. They're all waiting to see which way it lands." "Good," Harry said. "That means they haven't committed. They can still move." 3 owls arrived on Tuesday with private correspondence from Wizengamot members Harry had never met, carefully worded, formally polite, seeking clarification on various points of the upcoming tabling. Harry answered each one, with Hermione's help, in the same tone, direct, informative, courteous, and completely clear about what was going to happen and why. By Wednesday evening, 2 of the 3 had sent back responses that, reading between the lines, were early provisional commitments. The second removal session had a third session on Wednesday, and after it Harry quietly cast an aguamenti in the Gringotts corridor and produced a stream of water large enough to alarm Sharpclaw briefly before Harry cut it off. "Session 4 is next week," Ragnarok said, appearing from around a corner with the manner of someone who had heard the water and was confirming his expectation. "After the Wizengamot session." "I'll manage," Harry said. "I have no doubt," Ragnarok said dryly. The day before the session, Percy Weasley came to the Burrow. He arrived through the flue at 7 in the evening with an armful of ministry files, his robe slightly rumpled from a long day, and stopped in the kitchen doorway when he saw the assembled group, Harry at the table, Sirius in the armchair he'd colonized, Hermione and Ron flanking Harry, Ginny on the stairs. Percy looked at all of them in sequence and then at his father and mother, who were behind him, and then back at Harry. "Lord Potter," he said, with a formality that was partly genuine and partly protective, a way of establishing terms. "Percy," Harry said. "Just his name. No title." Percy looked at the ring. Looked at the documentation spread across the table. He had, Harry noted, the same careful eyes Arthur had, the ones that moved over things slowly and completely. "You're ready for tomorrow," Percy said. "Yes," Harry said. Percy set his files on the counter. He looked at his father, and Arthur looked back, and they conducted one of those wordless father-son conversations that covered significant ground in about 3 seconds. Then Percy sat down at the kitchen table. "I'm on the Ministry Review Committee," he said, to Harry. "You know that." "I do," Harry said. "The Review Committee's mandate is to assess the Gringotts findings and provide the Minister with a recommendation on the Ministry's official position before the Wizengamot session." He folded his hands. "As of this morning, the Committee's recommendation is that the findings are credible, the methodology is sound, and the Ministry should support the tabling of the audit as formal evidence." The kitchen was very quiet. Percy, that's a significant position," Hermione said. "Yes," Percy said. "It means the Ministry is on record before the session supporting the proceeding. It makes it considerably harder for Dumbledore's allies to mount a procedural challenge, because they'd be challenging a position their own government has already officially endorsed." He looked at Harry. Fudge didn't want to do it. He wanted another week of deliberation. "I told him that another week of deliberation would look, in retrospect, like he'd been weighing whether to protect himself rather than uphold the law. He paused. He found that argument persuasive. Harry studied him. "Why?" he said. "Why did I push for it? Why today? Why come here?" Percy was quiet for a moment. He was, Harry thought, genuinely navigating something, the same conflict Ron had described, the pull between institutional loyalty and personal one, and for Percy the conflict was probably more acute because his institutional loyalty was deeply genuine. "Because," Percy said, slowly, "I spent 2 days on that review committee reading the Gringotts documentation, and what I found," he stopped. Started again. "What was done to you was done systematically. Over years. By someone who understood exactly which systems to use and how to use them to make sure it stayed hidden." He looked at Harry directly. "Those systems are the ones I work in. The ministry, the Wisengamot, the institutional processes, Dumbledore used them. Bent them. And they let themselves be bent because he was powerful and trusted and everyone assumed he knew best." He paused. "I don't want to work in a system like that. So I pushed for the right thing." He glanced at his mother. "And because Mum wrote me a letter." Molly made a small sound that she converted successfully into clearing her throat. "Thank you," Harry said to Percy. Percy nodded. He picked up one of his ministry files. "You'll want the formal ministry position statement for your documentation portfolio," he said, opening it with the brisk efficiency that was his natural mode. "I brought copies." "Of course you did," Ron said, with real warmth. Percy looked at his brother. Ron looked back. Something passed between them that Harry didn't try to read, it was theirs. That night, the last night before the session, the burrow was noisier than usual, which was saying something. Fred and George had arrived from Diagon Alley, their shop was doing well, Hermione had noted with surprised approval, and their presence added 3 simultaneous conversations to every room and a running commentary on everything that had happened since Monday that was equal parts absurd and oddly clarifying. Fred, specifically, had opinions about Malfoy that were expressed through a very detailed and elaborate metaphor involving a chess piece that Harry was fairly sure Ron had given him. "The point," Fred said, gesturing with his fork, "is that you're using him the same way he was going to use you, except you structured it first. So he thinks he's being clever and you know he thinks he's being clever and he probably knows you know, but the agreement holds because it serves him. It's like hiring a piranha to guard your fish pond." "That's a terrible metaphor," Hermione said. "It's accurate, though," Harry said. Fred pointed his fork at Harry. "I like him," he said to George. "We've always liked him," George said. "We liked him before he was a lord. We like him more as a lord. The ring is very fetching." "Go to sleep," Molly said, appearing in the kitchen doorway. They didn't go to sleep for another 2 hours. Harry did, eventually, in the camp bed in Ron's room, lying in the dark for a while before sleep came, running through what tomorrow would look like. The protocols. The seating arrangement. The documentation. The argument, not an argument, really. A presentation. A simple, clear, undeniable accounting of what had happened and what was going to happen now, and if people had questions, he would answer them, and if people tried to delay, Malfoy's 16 votes would meet them before they'd finished the attempt, and Percy's ministry position statement was in his documentation folder, and Ragnarok had sent the formal Gringotts submission directly to the Wisengamot clerk that afternoon by official courier. It was ready. He was ready. He thought about one more thing before he slept. The session was at 10. He had one more item on his schedule before it. He'd arranged it with Ragnarok on Wednesday, quietly, not telling anyone except Sirius. The 67th curse. Not a full opening, not yet. Just an examination. Just a look at the door. He needed to know the shape of it before the session, because whatever it contained had been the foundation of everything else, the reason for the financial drains, the reason for the core limiters, the reason for the behavioral constructs. All of it had been built on something that happened on October 31, 1981, and tomorrow, at 8 in the morning, in the Heritage Chamber, Harry was going to look at the door. And then he was going to go to the Wizengamot and finish the rest of it first. And then he'd open the door. In order, he thought. Everything in the right order. He closed his eyes and slept, dreamlessly, for 7 hours. The morning arrived grey and dry, with the particular quality of light that October produced, thin and clear and without sentiment. Harry was dressed and downstairs before anyone else, which was notable enough that when Molly came down at 6:30 she found him at the kitchen table with his documentation folder and a mug of tea and stopped in the doorway. "You didn't sleep," she said. 7 hours, he said. "I did." She looked at him for a moment, then came into the kitchen and started making breakfast with the quiet efficiency of someone who feeds people as an act of love and doesn't require it to be acknowledged. Harry watched the familiar motion of it, the kettle, the eggs, the soft sound of the radio, and felt the thing he'd felt since Saturday with a clarity that was now fully his. "Molly," he said. She looked up from the eggs. "I know what's mine now," he said. She looked at him steadily, understanding the weight of those specific words in their specific context. Her eyes were very bright for a moment. "Good," she said. "Eat your breakfast." He ate his breakfast. At 7:30 Sirius came down, at 7:45 Ron appeared looking half asleep and claiming to be ready, at 8 the flow was used 4 times in succession, and at 8:05 Harry stood in the Heritage Chamber with the 67th curse displayed in the silver light, Ragnarok on one side, Sirius on the other. What Ragnarok showed him was a shape. Not the contents, not yet. Just the construct's architecture, its external form, the way you might show someone the outside of a sealed envelope before they open it. And what Harry saw in the silver light was something that made Ragnarok very still and made Sirius make a sound low in his throat and made Harry stand quietly for a long moment. It was not, as Harry had imagined, a memory suppressor. It was not a lie implanted over truth. It was a concealment. Something hidden inside Harry himself, not a memory of the night his parents died, but something from that night that had been placed in him and hidden under the construct. Not information. Something else. Something with weight and warmth and a specific signature that Harry didn't recognize but which Ragnarok, when Harry looked at him, clearly did. "What is that?" Harry said. Ragnarok was quiet for a moment. "I need to examine it more closely before I say," he said. "Before the full opening. Can you tell me what category it is?" Harry said. "Not the specifics. The category." Ragnarok looked at the shape in the silver light for a long moment. "It is not a curse," he said finally. "It is not a construct of Dumbledore's making. It is older than the others. It predates the others by," he studied it. "By everything else. It was placed by someone else," Harry said. "Yes," Ragnarok said. "Who?" Ragnarok looked at him. "The signature," he said carefully, "is consistent with a specific form of ancient protective magic. Self-sacrificial in nature. It was placed by someone who was dying." The Heritage Chamber was very quiet. Sirius said nothing. His hand came to rest briefly on Harry's shoulder. "My mother," Harry said. "That would be consistent," Ragnarok said. "With the timing, the nature of the construct, and the signature." Harry looked at the shape in the silver light, this thing his mother had put inside him in the last seconds of her life, sealed under Dumbledore's perception construct so that Harry had never known it existed, never felt it, never had access to what she'd left him. 15 years. After the session, Harry said. His voice was entirely steady. "We open it after." Ragnarok inclined his head. Harry turned from the Heritage Chamber and walked back up through the corridors of Gringotts, through the Teller Gate, across the marble lobby, the same marble floor, and out into the October morning. The Wizengamot session was in 90 minutes. He had things to do first. Chapter 5, the man who ran the Wizengamot chamber was older than the ministry building that contained it. That was the thing most people didn't know. The chamber predated the current ministry by 3 centuries, had been relocated twice, and had the specific quality of a room that had absorbed so much collective human decision-making that it had developed something like personality. The stone of the walls was dark and veined with thin lines of silver mineral that caught the magical torchlight in ways that changed depending on where you stood, and the seats rose in curved, raked tiers around a central floor that was smaller than it looked from above, a circle of pale stone perhaps 20 feet across with a single standing position at its center. That was where you spoke from, if you had the floor. Harry arrived at 9:40 with Sirius and Hermione and Ron. Ron and Hermione technically had no standing in the chamber, but Harry had filed paperwork on Monday exercising his right as a seated lord to bring advisors, which was a provision in the procedural code that almost nobody used because almost nobody needed it and which Percy had confirmed was entirely valid. Ron had said nothing when told this, just nodded with the expression of someone who has quietly been hoping for exactly this outcome and is managing their delight with dignity. The lobby outside the chamber was already busy. Witches and wizards in formal robes clustered in conversational groups, and the quality of those conversations was different from ordinary pre-session socializing, tighter, lower, with the specific body language of people triangulating. Harry walked through it and felt the attention follow him like a wake, the way attention follows things that have changed the shape of the room before they've said a word. Several people he didn't know nodded at him. One older witch, he thought she was Marchioness something or other, he'd seen her name in Hermione's briefings, held his gaze for a moment with eyes that were measuring and not unfriendly, and then inclined her head in the formal acknowledgement that one titled person gives another. Harry returned it correctly. Arthur had drilled him on this, and kept moving. 12 o'clock, Ron said quietly, from his left. Harry didn't turn his head. He let his peripheral vision find it. A cluster of 3 men in dark formal robes, standing slightly apart from the other groups, watching him with the particular stillness of people who have decided what they think about him and are waiting to be proven right. Dumbledore's core block. Or 3 members of it. I see them, Harry said. They look nervous, Hermione said. Good, Harry said. He found his seats. The 2 Potter seats were on the right tier, 7 rows up, with a sight line to the central floor that was direct and unobstructed. Someone had placed fresh name placards on them, Lord H.J. Potter, House of Potter. He looked at them for a moment. Go on then, Sirius said. Harry sat down. The feeling of it was, not what he'd expected. He'd expected something symbolic, something that arrived with internal ceremony. What he felt instead was simply correct. The way a key feels when it turns in the right lock, not dramatic, just right. Ron and Hermione took the advisor seats behind him. Sirius stayed standing in the gallery, which was the only place he could legally be in this chamber, and caught Harry's eye with a look that contained several things at once and communicated all of them clearly. The chamber filled over the next 15 minutes. Harry watched it happen without making it obvious that he was watching, a skill he'd been quietly developing since the age of 11, moving through environments where people wanted things from him and learning to read the room before the room read him. He identified Malfoy's arrival by the precise ripple of acknowledgements that moved through his proxy group, not deferential, but orienting, the way a compass needle swings north, and noted that Malfoy himself did not look at Harry's seats when he took his own. That was deliberate, Harry thought. Distance maintained for appearances. He identified the middle group, 22 seats in the center tier that Hermione had color-coded in the briefing documents. They looked like what they were, people who were waiting for information before deciding how to feel. Some of them had their attention on Harry. Some of them were talking to neighbors. 1 or 2 were staring at their notes. He identified 6 people in the upper tier who were sitting with the rigid formality of people who had decided to perform dignity as a defensive measure. Dumbledore's block. Not all of them, Harry counted 9 in total. Of the 9, 4 looked like they'd been arguing about something recently. Hairline fractures in the alliance, Hermione would say. Good. The session was called to order at 10 o'clock by the chief warlock, a position that had technically been Dumbledore's until his flight, and which had been provisionally filled by senior member Griselda Marchbanks, a witch of approximately 109 who had examined Dumbledore for his OWLS 7 decades ago and was evidently not sentimental about it. She struck the floor 3 times with her staff and the chamber settled. "The Wisengamot is in session," Marchbanks said, in a voice that had not significantly diminished with age. "We have a full agenda. We will proceed." She was brisk and competent and entirely uninterested in drama. Harry appreciated this immediately. The first 3 items on the agenda were routine: a minor amendment to the improper use of magic regulations, a committee report on dragon import restrictions, a renewal of an interdepartmental charter. Harry listened to all of it with his hands folded and his expression neutral, and noted how each item was handled, who spoke, who challenged, how the voting worked in practice rather than in theory. Arthur had drilled him on the mechanics. Watching it live confirmed everything and added texture. Then Marchbanks said, "Next item. The heritage and inheritance fraud claim filed by Gringotts Wizarding Bank against the estate accounts of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The associated motion for the tabling of the Gringotts heritage audit as formal evidence before this body, filed by Lord H. J. Potter, House of Potter." The chamber shifted. Not dramatically, a collective adjustment, chairs and postures and attention all reorienting simultaneously. The way a theater audience settles when the main act begins. Marchbanks looked up. "Lord Potter. You have the floor to introduce your motion." Harry stood. He walked down from the 7th row to the central floor in the silence of 63 people watching him, and stepped onto the pale stone circle, and looked up at the chamber. He had expected to feel more. The weight of it, the height, the rows of formal faces. But what he felt was simply present, clear-eyed and prepared and very, very ready. "Thank you, Chief Warlock," he said. His voice in the chamber was good, the acoustics were designed for speech, and it carried without effort. "I'll be brief." He took a breath. "Most of what I have to say is in the documentation that Gringotts has already submitted to the clerk of this chamber and that you all have copies of. I'm not going to repeat it, you can read. What I'd like to do is speak to what it means. Specifically to what it means for this body." He could feel the attention from the middle tier. Some of those people had read the documentation. Some hadn't. All of them were listening now. 67 active magical constructs were identified on my person, my inheritance, and my magical core in a heritage examination conducted 4 days ago by the director of Gringotts himself. Those constructs, financial, developmental, and behavioral, were placed by a single caster over a period of 15 years, beginning when I was 14 months old. The majority bear the confirmed magical signature of Albus Dumbledore. He paused. "That's the what. Here's the why it matters to you." He looked across the tiers. The vaults and inheritances that Gringotts protects are protected by systems. Heritage law, vault security, magical authentication protocols. Those systems are what give every family in this chamber the certainty that what belongs to them will still belong to them tomorrow. He kept his voice even and direct. What the Gringotts audit demonstrates is that those systems were violated. Systematically, skillfully, and over a very long period, by a man who knew those systems better than almost anyone alive, because he spent decades in positions of authority that gave him access to them. He let that sit. The question is not only what was done to me. The question is what it means for all of you that it was possible. He saw it move through the middle tier, not visibly, just a quality change, attention sharpening into something more personal. If the protective systems of the wizarding world's inheritance framework can be compromised by one person with sufficient authority and sufficient time, then the answer is not to protect me specifically. The answer is a full accounting, of how it was done, who else it was done to, and what structural changes prevent it from being done again. He looked at Marchbanks. The motion I'm tabling does 3 things. It enters the Gringotts audit as formal evidence of record. It opens a ministry investigation, coordinated with the already stated official ministry position, which you'll find in tab 3 of your documentation. Several members in the middle tier opened their folders. Harry waited a beat. Into potential associated violations and institutional failures. And it establishes a voluntary disclosure provision under which individuals who provide information material to the investigation before they're formally named will have that cooperation factored into any subsequent proceedings. He looked briefly, deliberately, at no one in particular, which was its own communication to everyone in the room. This is not a purge. It is an accounting. Those are different things, and I intend to keep them different. Silence. Then, from the upper tier, a voice Harry recognized from Hermione's briefings, Thaddeus Nott, one of Dumbledore's core bloc, a thin man in his 50s with the bearing of someone who expected his objections to be heeded. Point of procedure, Nott said. Marchbanks looked at him. Member Nott. Before this motion is voted upon, I wish to propose a referral to the Heritage and Inheritance Committee for independent review of the Gringotts methodology. His voice was smooth and formal. Standard practice when contested findings are presented as evidence. The findings are not contested, Harry said, from the floor. He didn't raise his voice. He just said it clearly, as a matter of fact. Lord Potter, Marchbanks said, with mild reproof at the interruption. My apologies, Chief Warlock, Harry said. Member Nott, I'll address your point directly. The Gringotts Heritage examination was conducted by the director personally. The authentication of the magical signatures was confirmed by 3 independent cursebreakers in addition to the director. The documentation uses the standard Goblin authentication protocol, which has been accepted as prima facie evidence in this chamber for 200 years. He looked at Nott. Under the Magical Heritage and Property Act, independent review of Gringotts findings is a right belonging to the subject of the examination. Not to this chamber. Not to the ministry. To me. And I waive it. Which means there is no procedural basis for committee referral. Hermione, in the advisor's seat, was very still in the way she went still when something happened exactly as she'd predicted and she was being professionally restrained about it. Nott looked at Harry for a moment. The finding implicates one of the most significant figures in, yes, Harry said. It does. That makes a thorough accounting more important, not less. From across the chamber, Malfoy spoke. Calm, formal, precisely timed. I support the motion as filed and oppose the referral. The procedural basis is clear. He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. 14 votes moved. Not Malfoy's 16, he'd sent only 14, holding 2 in reserve. Deliberate calibration. Harry noted it without reacting. The middle tier was watching the arithmetic. Harry could almost see them doing it. Marchbanks looked at the room. Is there further discussion before we proceed to vote? From the middle tier, the Marchioness who had nodded at Harry in the lobby stood up. She was perhaps 80, with sharp eyes and a voice that carried clearly. I have a question for Lord Potter. Marchioness Rosier, Marchbanks said. Lord Potter, the Marchioness said. She looked at him with the same measuring quality she'd had in the lobby. You spoke about structural changes to prevent this happening again. What specifically do you mean by that? Harry looked at her. I mean that the concentrated authority Dumbledore held across multiple institutions, the Wisengamot, the Confederation, the Hogwarts governance structure, and the Ministry's informal advisory relationship, should not be held by any single individual simultaneously. Not because of who he is, but because of what it made possible. He paused. Distributed authority is a structural protection. It's harder to corrupt 10 people than one. That's a reform conversation I intend to have in this chamber through proper process. Today, I'm simply asking for an accounting. The Marchioness sat down without further comment. Her body language said she'd heard what she needed. Something had shifted in the room. Harry felt it, the texture of the attention changing. The middle tier was not neutral anymore. Most of them had crossed, silently, into something closer to agreement, not from emotion but from the specific persuasiveness of a straightforward, reasonable person presenting a clear and documented case without hysteria. Not tried twice more. He raised another procedural point about jurisdiction and Harry answered it. He questioned the completeness of the behavioral construct findings and Harry directed the chamber to page 41 of the documentation, where Ironclaw's methodology was explained in full, and said, if anyone has questions about the Goblin curse-breaking methodology, Ragnarok is available to appear before this body. Nobody took that up. By Nott's third attempt, which was a somewhat unfocused argument about Dumbledore's years of service to the wizarding world, 3 of the 9 core block members had the expression of people who had decided that Nott was making things worse and wished he'd stop. Marchbanks called the vote at 10:58. The motion to enter the Gringotts audit as formal evidence and open the associated investigations passed by 51-9, with 3 abstentions. 51-9. The chamber was very quiet for a moment. Then Marchbanks said, "The motion carries," and struck the floor with her staff, and it was done. Harry walked back up to his seats. He didn't look at any particular person. He sat down. Ron, directly behind him, said nothing, but his hand came forward briefly and gripped Harry's shoulder for about 2 seconds. Harry put his hand over it briefly. Hermione was writing notes. Of course she was. The session continued with 3 more items. Harry sat through them and voted on each one and said nothing further, because he'd said what he'd come to say and there was nothing to add. When the session concluded at noon, he rose with the rest of the chamber and made his way out through the gradual dispersal of 63 people, and was intercepted 4 times in the lobby by members he'd never met who wanted to introduce themselves. He was polite and direct and gave no one more than 2 minutes. Sirius, materializing at his shoulder, ran light interference with the practiced ease of someone who had once been very good at navigating exactly these situations and had not entirely forgotten how. Malfoy passed them in the lobby without stopping, gave Harry a very brief nod that contained the acknowledgement of an agreement well executed, and kept moving. Harry nodded back. 51-9, Sirius said, when they were outside. 51-9, Harry agreed. Nott looked like he'd eaten something bad, Sirius said. 3 members of Dumbledore's block voted with us, Harry said. I noticed too. Sirius was quiet for a moment. The Marchioness asked a good question. She wanted to know if I had an agenda beyond accountability, Harry said. I told her the agenda was structural. She believed it because it's true. Sirius looked at him. Is that the full picture? Just structural reform? Harry thought about it. The full accounting has to come first, he said. You can't build good structure on a rotten foundation. So, accountability, then structure. He looked across the atrium, where witches and wizards were moving in the late morning light. And then we talk about what happens to Dumbledore himself. Sirius was quiet for a moment. He's still out there. I know, Harry said. But he's not out there in a vacuum anymore. He's out there with 51-9 on the public record and a formal investigation open and his financial movements documented by Gringotts. He paused. He'll come back. You sound very certain of that, Hermione said, from his other side. He won't be able to help it, Harry said. He's spent his entire life in the center of everything. He knows everyone, he's shaped everything, he genuinely believes, he stopped. He genuinely believes that he was right. Whatever he told himself, whatever justification he built for what he did to me, he believes it was necessary. He won't be able to sit somewhere and watch this play out without needing to explain himself. He looked at Hermione. And when he comes back to explain himself, the investigation will be waiting. And you? Hermione said. What are you waiting for? Harry was quiet for a moment. I want to talk to him, he said. Not the investigation, not the legal proceeding. Me, personally. He touched the ring briefly. I want him to have to say it to my face. Whatever it is he told himself. I want to hear the actual explanation. Hermione studied him. And if the explanation is, somehow, coherent? If his reasoning is internally consistent enough that you understand it? Understanding something isn't forgiving it, Harry said. And it isn't letting it go unpunished. It's just understanding it. Knowing what I'm actually dealing with. He looked at her. I don't want to spend the rest of my life being angry at a story. I want to be angry at the actual thing that actually happened, with full information. Hermione didn't say anything for a moment. Then she said, "That's very mature," in the tone she used for things she genuinely meant and wasn't sure how to say without it sounding patronizing. "Don't sound so surprised," Harry said, for the second time in 2 weeks. "I'm not surprised," she said. "I'm impressed." She said it briskly, moving past it before it could become a moment. "Now. The Heritage Chamber. You said after the session." "After the session," Harry confirmed. "Let's go." They fled from the Ministry to Diagon Alley and walked to Gringotts in the early afternoon, the four of them, Harry, Sirius, Hermione, Ron, and the October light was thin and bright on the cobblestones and Florian Fortescue's was doing good business and the world was doing what it always did, which was continuing regardless. Ragnarok was waiting for them. He met them in the Heritage Chamber at 1 o'clock, with Ironclaw and Sharpclaw and 2 additional curse breakers positioned at the channels, and when Harry walked in, the director looked at him once and said, "Well?" 51-9, Harry said. "Expected," Ragnarok said, without a hint of surprise. "Your presentation was sound." "You watched?" Harry asked. "Gringotts has an observer's agreement with the Wisengamot," Ragnarok said. "For sessions involving heritage matters, we are entitled to a silent representative." He didn't elaborate on whether the representative had been present. "Shall we proceed?" Harry looked at the examination table. He looked at Sirius, standing by the wall, whose face had the taut, barely contained expression it had been wearing since this morning when they'd looked at the shape of the 67th curse together. "Yes," Harry said. He sat on the table. Then lay back, because that was the position, and looked at the vaulted ceiling, and felt the silver light begin its familiar movement in the channels around him. "You understand what we're doing," Ragnarok said. "Not a question, confirmation of consent." "Opening the 67th construct," Harry said. "The perception concealment placed by my mother." "Yes." Ragnarok was at his right. His voice was even and careful. "What you experience when the concealment opens may feel," he considered his phrasing, "intense. It is not a memory. It is, as near as we can determine from the exterior examination, something she placed in you rather than something she placed over a memory. The distinction matters." He paused. "Are you ready?" Harry thought about the garden on Saturday morning. About Sirius's hand on his shoulder. About Molly straightening his glasses on the floor of the lobby. About 51 votes in a room that had chosen accountability. "Yes," he said. The silver light moved. What happened next was not something Harry could have described accurately to anyone who hadn't experienced it, because it didn't happen in language or images. It happened the way love happens, the way you feel when someone you trust walks into a room, something that bypassed the part of him that processed information and landed somewhere older and more fundamental. It was warm. That was the first thing. An absolute, specific warmth, the kind that had a precise source, and the source was his mother. Not a memory of her. Her. Whatever she'd put in him that night, whatever she'd poured into him in the last second she had, it was not a message and it was not a vision and it was not a verbal transmission. It was a presence. Something that said I am here in the only language that a dying mother and a 14-month-old child shared, which was the language of contact and recognition and the specific quality of being known by someone completely. Harry lay on the stone table in the Heritage Chamber and felt his mother's hands. He didn't cry. He was not, in this moment, sad. He was something so much more complicated than sad that sadness was somewhere at the bottom of it, underneath something vast and warm and real. And then, under that, at the core of it, the actual thing. Information. Not verbal, not visual, but information carried in a structure that Ragnarok had been right to call protective magic. Ancient protective magic. A sacrifice, yes, but not just a sacrifice. An encoding. Lily Potter had known something in those last seconds, known it with the clarity that extreme moments sometimes produce, and she had taken that knowledge and done the only thing she could do with it, buried it in her son, sealed it against discovery, and trusted that someday someone would find it. What Harry felt, lying in the silver light, was not a memory of October 31, 1981. It was an understanding of what had really happened that night. And what had really happened was not what anyone had been told. He lay still for a long time after the light settled. The room was very quiet. Ragnarok had stepped back from the table. Sirius was completely still against the wall. Ron and Hermione had come forward from their positions near the door without realizing they'd moved. Harry sat up slowly. He looked at his hands for a moment. The ring was warm. "Sirius," he said. Sirius crossed the room in 4 steps. "Harry." "He wasn't destroyed," Harry said. He looked at his godfather steadily. "That night. Voldemort wasn't destroyed. You knew that, we all figured it out in 3rd year, the Horcruxes, he stopped. But there's more. There's something my mother knew that nobody else knew. She saw it." Sirius crouched to his eye level. "What did she see?" "Voldemort didn't just try to kill me," Harry said. "He tried to transfer. There was a working he was attempting, something involving his own magic and my bloodline specifically, using my death as a vehicle for something he'd been planning. A form of succession that would have bound his magic to the Potter line permanently." He paused, organizing the thing that was not verbal into words, which was difficult and imprecise. "My mother saw it happening and she stopped it. Not just with the sacrifice plus something that was already in her. Old magic. Family magic. Potter Peverell magic that Dumbledore didn't know she knew." He looked at Ragnarok. "And she preserved the knowledge of what Voldemort was actually doing in me. Kept it here." Ragnarok was very still. "And Dumbledore placed the perception construct over it," he said slowly. "Ensuring you never had access to the knowledge. Because if I knew what Voldemort was actually attempting," Harry said, "and if I knew what my mother actually did to stop it, then his entire management of the situation falls apart." He felt the weight of it click into place like the final piece of a structure he'd been building blind. He needed me to believe that the prophecy was the whole story. The chosen one, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord, that's the version where I'm a weapon he can aim. If I know that my mother already found a way, that the Potter family magic is the actual mechanism, then you don't need to be sacrificed," Hermione said, from behind him. Her voice was slightly strange. The prophecy interpretation that Dumbledore was working from, the one that suggested Harry had to die, that there was no other path, it was never complete. The Heritage Chamber held its silence. "He knew," Sirius said. His voice was very quiet and very dangerous. "Dumbledore knew what Lily had done. Or suspected. And he suppressed it. Because the version where Harry dies is also the version where Dumbledore is the architect of the final victory," Harry said. "The version where my mother's magic is the real counter, where the Potter line had the answer all along, that's not his story. That's ours." Sirius straightened up from his crouch. He was very tall when he straightened up, and his face had settled into something that was almost calm, which was more frightening than anger would have been. "Where is he?" Sirius said. "That's what we're going to find out," Harry said. He got off the table. "Ragnarok. The Gringotts investigation, the financial movements you tracked when he fled. Where did the money go?" "3 holding accounts," Ragnarok said. He produced a document from his jacket with the manner of someone who had prepared for this specific question. 2 are in Luxembourg, which cooperates with British magical authorities under treaty. 1 is in Switzerland, which does not. He looked at the document. The activity on the Swiss account suggests he is drawing on it regularly. It is not a dormant holding. Switzerland, Harry said. Specifically, Ragnox scanned the document. A property registered to a trust connected to the Dumbledore family name. In the canton of Graubünden. We obtained this through the international banking compact to which Gringotts is signatory. He looked up. The Swiss accounts are not within the ministry's jurisdiction. They are, however, within ours. Harry looked at him. You know where he is. We have a very strong indication, Ragnox said. Which is almost the same thing. Harry was quiet for a moment. He looked at Sirius. Sirius looked back. The investigation can serve him formally in Switzerland, Harry said. But formal proceedings through international channels will take months. He'll move if he sees it coming. He turned back to Ragnox. Is there a way to get there without triggering the standard international notification protocols? Ragnox looked at him. The look had the quality of professional consideration. Gringotts has branch offices in 14 countries, he said. Including Switzerland. Communication between branches is internal. Not subject to external notification requirements. He paused. If someone were, hypothetically, to travel to our Geneva branch and request assistance with a matter of ongoing heritage investigation, our Swiss staff would be authorized to support them under the terms of the heritage fraud claim. He folded the document. Hypothetically. When can you arrange it? Harry said. It is arranged, Ragnox said. I began the arrangements on the morning of the Wiesengemot session. Harry stared at him. I manage things in the correct order, Ragnox said mildly. It is a preference we appear to share. Harry laughed, a short, genuine sound. Tomorrow, he said. Tomorrow morning, Ragnox confirmed. I would accompany you myself, but my presence would signal the nature of the visit too clearly. Sharpclaw will go. He glanced at the others in the room. You may bring 2 people. No more. The objective is a conversation, not a siege. Harry looked at Sirius. Then at Hermione and Ron. Sirius and Ron, he said. Hermione, I need you here. Hermione opened her mouth. I need you here, he said again, more specifically. Because the disclosure provision opens tomorrow and people are going to start coming forward, and somebody has to be in communication with Ragnox's office and Percy's committee to make sure those disclosures are documented correctly and that nobody games the provision. He looked at her steadily. That matters as much as Switzerland. Hermione considered this for about 3 seconds. Fine, she said. But I want a full report. Everything. Every word. Everything, Harry agreed. And you're not going to do anything reckless, she said. I'm going to Switzerland to confront the man who put 67 theft curses on me and fled the country, Harry said. Define reckless. You know what I mean, she said. I do, he said. And no. I'm not. Switzerland in October was bright and cold and extravagantly beautiful in the way of places that have been beautiful for so long they've become unconscious about it. The Gringotts Geneva branch occupied a building on a street behind the old city that looked, from the outside, like a private bank of the ordinary human variety, which, in a sense, it was, and the internal architecture bore the same deep stone and cold light of its London counterpart, the universal Gringotts aesthetic. The Swiss branch director, a goblin named Flintvault who had the angular efficiency of someone who operated in a country that had turned neutrality into an art form, met them at 9 in the morning with a document package and a set of very specific directions and the demeanor of someone who had arranged this visit with professional care and did not intend to be involved in anything that created paperwork he hadn't anticipated. The property in Graubünden was an hour from Geneva by Port Quay. Sharpclaw handled the connection, and they arrived in a landscape that was mostly mountain and pine and the specific silence of altitude, standing in a field that was white with early frost, facing a stone farmhouse that looked old and well-maintained and entirely unassuming. There was smoke from the chimney. "He's in," Ron said, quietly. "Yes," Harry said. Sharpclaw looked at the property. Gringotts' jurisdiction covers the heritage claim on the grounds of this location, as it was purchased with funds from accounts under our investigation. "I have the authority to enter." He glanced at Harry. "You have the authority to accompany me." "Let's go," Harry said. The wards on the property were significant, not ministry standard, something more sophisticated, layered in the way that only someone who understood ward construction very well would layer them. Harry felt them as he crossed the threshold of the outer boundary, a brief resistance, then passage, because the Gringotts override Sharpclaw had applied held them. They walked to the door. Harry knocked. Silence. He knocked again. From inside, the sound of movement. Unhurried. The movement of someone who had spent enough years being cautious that caution had become their resting state. The door opened. Albus Dumbledore looked, in person, almost exactly as he always had. The same height, the same long silver beard, the same half-moon spectacles. He was in plain robes without ornamentation, which was unusual. Harry had never seen him without academic finery of some kind. His eyes, when they found Harry, were the same brilliant blue. They were also, Harry thought, looking at someone for the first time who was not quite what they expected. "Harry," Dumbledore said. His voice was the same, warm, measured, the voice of someone who had always known how to make you feel like the most important person in the room. "Hello, Professor," Harry said. A pause. Dumbledore looked at Sirius. Something moved in his face. Then at Ron. Then at Sharpclaw, and the Gringotts' identification on Sharpclaw's jacket, and the quality of the look changed, settled, like a man accepting the shape of what he's looking at. "You'd better come in," he said. The inside of the farmhouse was clean and simply furnished, with books, of course books, Harry thought, stacked on every surface, and a fire in the hearth, and a table with 2 cups on it that suggested Dumbledore had been expecting, if not exactly this, then something like it. Harry sat down at the table without being invited. Sirius stood by the door. He had not said a word. His face was the come-over volcano face. Ron positioned himself to Harry's right, which was not a bodyguard position, it was a here-with-you position. Sharpclaw remained by the outer door, which was both Goblin protocol and its own kind of statement. Dumbledore sat across from Harry. He looked at Harry for a long moment with the patient, sorrowful expression that Harry had seen him use 100 times, the expression that said, "I know this is difficult and I bear this weight with you and trust me." Harry waited. He waited, specifically, to see if Dumbledore would open with an apology or an explanation. Dumbledore opened with neither. "You've opened the 67th construct," Dumbledore said. "Yesterday," Harry said. "And you know what your mother found?" It was not a question. "Yes," Harry said. Dumbledore removed his spectacles and set them on the table and looked at Harry without them, which made him look both older and, somehow, more present, the habitual accessory gone, nothing to look over or peer through, just his eyes and Harry's. "Then I expect you have questions," he said. "I have one question," Harry said. "Everything else, the financial fraud, the core limiters, the behavioral constructs, the suppression of my mother's working, that's documented. That's in the record. The investigation is open. That part doesn't require your explanation." He looked at him steadily. "What I want to know is this. When you placed the perception construct over what my mother left me, when you made the decision to hide that from me for 15 years, what did you tell yourself?" Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. "I told myself," he said slowly, "that the prophecy was too important to risk." He picked up his spectacles and set them down again without putting them on, a fidget, Harry thought, the first one he'd ever seen from this man. If you knew that your mother had found an alternative, a path that didn't end in your death, you would have pursued it. Of course you would. Any sane person would. And in pursuing it, you would have altered the conditions that made it work. How? Harry said. Your mother's working was conditional on the same mechanism that her sacrifice created, the blood protection. The willing death of a parent for a child. It required your willingness to die as its final activation condition. He looked at Harry. If you knew the full working and knew that your willing death was the key, you might have hesitated. Arranged it differently. Negotiated or resisted in ways that would have broken the condition. Or I might have trusted my mother's magic enough to use it deliberately, Harry said. You were 15, Dumbledore said. You were managing me since I was 14 months old, Harry said. The question of whether I was ready is not yours to answer. It was never yours. Dumbledore looked at him. Something in his face moved, something deeper than the controlled, reflective expression. Something that had not been performed. No, he said quietly. It wasn't. The money, Harry said. The vaults. The monthly allowance that was supposed to go to my aunt's family. The education provision. The core limiters that made sure I never grew into my actual magical ability. He looked at Dumbledore. I can almost understand the prophecy logic. It's wrong, but I can follow the reasoning. The rest of it. Explain the rest of it. Dumbledore was quiet for longer this time. The financial provisions, he began. Were theft, Harry said. Simple word. Start with that. Dumbledore looked at him. Yes, he said. They were theft. I will not call them anything else. He looked at the table. I will tell you the truth, which is not a justification. I was managing a war and an instrument of victory who had to remain, for the working to function, in a specific position. Powerless enough to need guidance. Dependent enough to trust me. If you had money, you had options. If you had your full magical potential, you had independence. I made choices that ensured you had neither, and I spent years telling myself that the greater good justified them. He looked up. I was wrong. You're telling me you were wrong now, Harry said. When the investigation is open and Gringotts has the documentation and 51 of 63 Wisengamot members have voted to proceed. Yes, Dumbledore said. Not before, Harry said. Not before, Dumbledore said. Harry looked at him. He felt the warmth from the fireplace on the left side of his face, the cold from the window on the right, and in the space between those two temperatures he sat and looked at the man across from him and let himself feel everything. Not perform it. Not manage it. Actually feel it. It was large. 15 years of being smaller than he was supposed to be. 15 years of the Dursleys and second-hand robes and the particular loneliness of a child who doesn't know why nobody is enough, because the thing that would make it enough has been systematically removed. 15 years of being told, by this man and by the world this man shaped, that his life was not his own. He felt it all, and he sat with it, and he looked at Dumbledore, and he said, "You're going to come back to Britain." Dumbledore looked at him. "You're going to come back," Harry said, "and you're going to cooperate fully with the Gringotts investigation and the Ministry review, and you are going to give evidence at every stage that is requested of you. You are not going to have a choice about this. Ragnarok can pursue the heritage fraud claim through Swiss jurisdiction if you refuse, which will be more unpleasant for everyone, particularly you." He paused. "But I'm not asking you to come back because I don't have the legal mechanism to compel it. I'm telling you to come back because it's what you owe. And if I disagree with that assessment?" Dumbledore said. "Then you prove that the explanation you just gave me, the greater good, the hard choices, the regret, you prove it's a performance," Harry said. "You prove you're sitting in this farmhouse in Switzerland hoping it blows over, not actually reckoning with anything." He held Dumbledore's gaze. "I don't think that's what you are. I think you actually believe the things you told yourself." Which means you're capable of believing that you should come back and face this. He paused. Am I right? Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Then he put his spectacles back on. When, he said. You'll return with us today, Harry said. Sharpclaw has a portkey to London. You'll surrender yourself to the Auror office in the company of a Gringotts representative and be released on your own recognizance pending formal investigation proceedings. He looked at Dumbledore. You will not go to Hogwarts. You will not contact current ministry officials privately. You will not make any public statements before the investigation team has taken your initial testimony. Dumbledore's mouth curved very slightly. It wasn't amusement exactly. You've thought this through. I had help, Harry said. Hermione Granger, Dumbledore said. And Sirius, Harry said. And Ron. And the Weasleys. And Ragnarok. He looked at him. All the people you tried to manage, in various ways, for various reasons. They helped me. Dumbledore looked at the fire for a moment. Then at Harry. You are, he said quietly, considerably more than I allowed you to become. I know, Harry said. That's your fault. Dumbledore nodded once. Yes, he said. It is. He rose. He moved to a small desk in the corner of the room and opened a drawer and produced a wand that Harry recognized, the one he always carried, elegant and pale. He held it for a moment, and then set it on the desk and looked at Harry. I don't suppose I'll be needing this for the journey, he said. No, Harry said. Leave it. Dumbledore left it. They walked out of the farmhouse in the frost and the mountain light, Harry and Dumbledore side by side, Sirius and Ron behind, Sharpclaw at the perimeter, and the landscape was enormous and indifferent around them, and the smoke still rose from the chimney into the cold Swiss sky. Sirius walked the whole way to the portkey point without speaking, which Harry thought was the single most impressive act of self-control he'd ever witnessed. When the portkey activated, Harry looked at Dumbledore one last time before the pull took them, and what he saw was not the architect of 30 years of dominance, not the greatest wizard alive, not the supreme mugwump or the chief warlock or the man who defeated Grindelwald. He saw an old man who had made choices and was going to have to account for them. That was enough. The pull came and the Swiss mountains disappeared and London arrived, and it was done. Chapter 6. The weight lifted 3 weeks after Dumbledore walked through the doors of the Auror office with a Gringotts representative at his elbow and the look of a man who had made a decision and intended to see it through. The wizarding world was still arguing about what it meant. The Prophet ran something about it every day. Letters to the editor arrived in quantities that the editorial staff eventually stopped trying to organize and simply published in rotating batches, which meant that any given morning you could read passionate defenses of Dumbledore's legacy adjacent to equally passionate denunciations of it, with occasional interventions from people who seemed primarily interested in whether Gringotts had exceeded its jurisdiction, as though that were the most pressing dimension of the situation. The Wizarding Wireless devoted 4 programs a week to it. Somewhere in Essex, a woman started a support group for people who had trusted institutions that had let them down, which Harry found oddly moving when Hermione mentioned it. Harry did not read The Prophet. He read Ragnarok's weekly progress updates, Percy's committee reports, and the disclosure submissions that were coming in through the voluntary provision, a trickle at first, then a steady flow, then something that required a full filing system. By the 3rd week, Percy's team had processed 31 separate disclosures from ministry officials and Wisengamot members who had decided that cooperation was the more sensible path, and the picture emerging from those disclosures was considerably larger than the 67 curses on one boy. It was, as Harry had said to Hermione in the garden at the Burrow, a system that had bent because it was asked to by someone powerful enough to do the asking. The disclosures documented how, not dramatically, not through spectacular corruption, but through accumulated small concessions, information withheld here, a favor granted there, a committee appointment shaped by a conversation no one wrote down. The machinery of it was ordinary. That was the thing that Harry found most interesting and most important, and which he intended to make clear when he spoke to the reform committee that was taking shape in the Wisengamot. But all of that was its own process now, moving at its own pace, and Harry had other things to do. Potter Manor arrived on a Tuesday. It wasn't that it hadn't existed before Tuesday, it had existed, sealed and maintained by the family magic, for 14 years. But it had been inaccessible to Harry while the bloodline constructs were active, the same way that a door exists before a key is cut. When Ragnarok sent the formal notification that the fourth and final removal session had been completed and the bloodline authentication was now functioning as it should, one of the attached items was a set of directions to a property in Wiltshire that Harry had not known he owned. He went alone the first time. Not because he didn't want company, he did, and he'd go back with everyone, but because the first time felt like something he needed to have to himself. The property was accessed through a warded gate off a country lane, and Harry walked through the gate in the November morning and stood at the edge of a long, wide drive lined with mature oak trees, and looked at what was his. It was not a castle and it was not a cottage. It was a substantial stone house, 3 stories, with the confident proportions of something built by people who had resources and taste and the sense not to confuse the two with extravagance. The grounds ran to perhaps 6 acres visible from the gate, mostly lawn and old-growth trees, with what appeared to be a walled kitchen garden to the east side and a long building beyond the house that might have been a stable. The stone was warm-colored in the morning light, some pale local material that caught November sun differently than London stone, holding it rather than reflecting it. The windows were intact. The gardens were maintained. The family magic had been keeping it, all this time. Harry walked up the drive in the cold air and the crunch of oak leaves, and the door opened before he reached it, not dramatically, just a latch lifting, a door swinging inward, the house recognizing its lord. He stood in the entrance hall and looked at a space that had waited for him for 15 years. The interior was full of the particular quality of a house that has been preserved rather than lived in, clean but still, the way a held breath is still. Furniture under dust sheets in the reception rooms. Paintings on the walls, ancestors he didn't know the names of yet, watching him with expressions ranging from cautious to curious to one portrait of a woman in Tudor-era dress who looked frankly delighted. Books in the library, 3 rooms worth. A kitchen that was large and practical. A long oak table in the dining room that could seat 20. He went upstairs. Found his parents' bedroom, which he stood in the doorway of for a while without going in. Found what had been a nursery, which was smaller and simpler and had a window that looked out over the lawn and was full of a quality of light that he thought, without knowing why, he recognized. He went to the window and sat on the sill and looked out at his family's garden. He sat there for a long time. When he came back to the burrow that evening, he told Molly about it at dinner, and Molly listened with the expression she used when she was managing a lot of feeling through the productive activity of passing more food to people than they strictly needed, which meant Harry's plate received a significant addition at several points in the description. "When will you move in?" she asked. "I need to get it ready," he said. "Clean it up, get some of the rooms sorted. Sirius knows the place, he spent summers there when my dad was a teenager. He said he'd help." Molly nodded. "And school?" she said. Harry looked at her. This was the conversation they hadn't had yet. "I'm going back," he said. "Obviously." He paused. "But things are going to be different." "Different how?" Ginny said, from across the table. She had the direct, checking quality. "I'm not going back as the chosen one who needs to be managed," Harry said. "I'm going back as myself. Which means when things are wrong, I say they're wrong. When people try to use me, I don't cooperate. When the curriculum is inadequate," he glanced at Hermione, who was pointedly not looking at him. "We find alternatives. The defense position is vacant," Arthur said. "Has been, technically, since before. Given Dumbledore's current situation, the Board of Governors is reorganizing the school's governance structure. McGonagall's running it," Harry said. "She asked me last week. Not for advice, for information. She wanted the full documentation on any constructs or enchantments that had been placed on the school itself. Ragnock sent her a Gringotts assessor. Arthur sat back in his chair. She's doing a full audit of the school. Yes, Harry said. She's not doing it quietly, either. She's publishing the findings to the board and to the parent body. He picked up his fork. I like McGonagall. Everyone likes McGonagall, Ron said. She's terrifying and fair. That's the ideal. The defense position, Hermione said, in a specific voice. I know, Harry said. You know what I'm going to say, she said. You think I should apply to teach it, Harry said. Obviously not this year, she said. But you're going to be the most qualified person alive to teach defensive magic in approximately 4 years' time, and the curse on the position is clearly tied to Dumbledore's interference, and the school needs Hermione, Harry said. She stopped. One thing at a time, he said. She subsided, but with the manner of someone who had simply moved the thought to a holding file rather than abandoned it. After dinner, in the kitchen while the washing up was doing itself, Harry found Ginny at the sink, not contributing to the washing up specifically, just present in the way she was sometimes present near him, not seeking conversation, not requiring anything, just in the same space. The constructs are gone, he said. She looked up from the window she'd been looking out of. The last session was on Monday, he said. The 4th. All of them. Including the ones keyed to your family. Ginny turned from the window and looked at him with that full, direct quality. And, she said. And it's the same, he said. What I feel. It's not identical to before, nothing is identical to before, everything's a bit different without the ceiling on it. But the shape of what I feel about your family, about you specifically, he stopped. It's mine. The same roots, just bigger. Ginny was quiet for a moment. Bigger, she said. That's the word Ragnock used, Harry said. The roots remember. Without the box, things grow into their actual size. She looked at him for a long time. Long enough that it was its own kind of examination, not the Gringotts kind, not the silver light kind, but the human kind, two people looking at each other without performance. Okay, she said. Okay, Harry said. She turned back to the window, and he stayed in the kitchen a while longer, and it was comfortable in the specific way that things are comfortable when they're exactly what they are. Sirius moved into Potter Manor the 2nd week of November. He did it without ceremony, arriving with a single trunk that Harry suspected contained most of his worldly possessions given how long he'd been living rough, and he walked through the house with the expression of someone revisiting a place they'd loved and are measuring the distance between memory and present. He stopped in front of a portrait in the upstairs corridor, a young man Harry didn't recognize, dark-haired and grinning, in robes from roughly 20 years ago. That's your father at 19, Sirius said. Harry looked at the portrait. James Potter at 19 looked like Harry at 15 with better cheekbones and more audacity about the hair. He looks like he's about to do something inadvisable, Harry said. He was always about to do something inadvisable, Sirius said. It was one of his best qualities. The portrait had been listening to this. It grinned wider. About time, Painted James said. He looked at Harry with the sharp attention of a portrait that had been informed rather than enchanted, something with its subject's intelligence pressed into it. You look like your mother when you're thinking. Everyone keeps saying that, Harry said. Everyone keeps saying it because it's true, Sirius said. They stood in the corridor together, the three of them, Sirius and Harry and the portrait of James, and the November light came through the landing window, and the house was warm. I want to hear stories, Harry said. About both of them. I want to hear all of it, not just the war, not just the end of things. All of it, from the beginning. That's going to take a while, Sirius said. We live here now, Harry said. We've got time. Sirius looked at him for a moment. That look he had, the one Harry had stopped trying to name because it was too many things simultaneously. Yeah, he said. We do. He looked at the portrait. You hungry? I found the kitchen. You found the kitchen an hour ago, the portrait said. I heard you rummaging. I was looking for plates, Sirius said, with dignity. You were looking for the biscuits Molly sent over, the portrait said. They were near the plates, Sirius said, and walked away down the corridor with a gait that was almost carefree, and Harry followed him, and the portrait of James Potter at 19 watched them go and smiled the smile of someone who has been waiting for something and finds out it's arrived at last. The formal announcement of Dumbledore's initial testimony was published in the Ministry Gazette on the 14th of November, which was the proper channel for such things rather than the Prophet, and Percy owed Harry a copy with a note that said simply, "Testimony covers financial diversion, construct placement, and estate interference. Full. No caveats. No conditions." Harry read the note and then the summary and then put both in the documentation folder he'd been building, which was now quite thick. He and Hermione met in the Hogwarts library the following Saturday. They were back at school by then, had been for 2 weeks, and the library was busy with fifth years and their OWL. Panic, which was its own ecosystem, and went through the testimony summary together. He gave everything, Hermione said. She said it not with satisfaction exactly but with the complicated tone of someone who has been wrong about a person for a long time and is processing the full picture. He said he would, Harry said. I know. She paused. He's brilliant. That's the thing I keep coming back to. The methodology of what he did, the layering, the long-term planning, the way he structured the constructs so they'd look like natural magical development, it required genuine genius. She looked frustrated with herself. And then he used it like that. Genius and moral clarity aren't the same thing, Harry said. They can coexist. They often don't. She was quiet for a moment. Do you think what happens to him now? Legally? The heritage fraud carries significant penalties, Harry said. The financial penalties alone are enormous. Gringotts is pursuing full recovery plus damages. On the criminal side, the ministry is looking at charges under 6 different statutes at minimum. He paused. His career is over. He'll never hold an institutional position again. Whether he serves time depends on how the Wisengamot weighs the full testimony and the cooperation. He looked at his documentation. Ragnarok told me last week that in Goblin legal tradition, what matters is the accounting. Once the accounting is complete and verified, the balance is re-established. He paused. I thought that was, actually useful as a framework. It's restitutive rather than punitive, Hermione said. Yes, Harry said. I don't know if I agree with it entirely. But I don't want, he stopped. I don't want to spend the next 10 years feeding on this. The accounting matters. The prevention of it happening again matters. After that, he looked out the library window at the November grounds. I have other things to do. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she said, what other things? Harry looked at her. She was his best friend, had been for 4 years, and sitting across from her in the Hogwarts library on a Saturday afternoon with November light on the stacks, he thought about the clarity he'd been living in for the past month, the no-ceiling feeling, the growing into your actual size feeling, and thought that one of the clearest things in it was this. The Horcruxes, he said. Hermione went very still. My mother's working, he said. What she left me, the knowledge of what Voldemort was actually attempting. It changes the timeline and it changes the method. We don't need to wait until the prophecy triggers the final confrontation. We have the actual mechanism. We have his magic structure from my mother's direct observation. He spread his hands on the table. If we know where the Horcruxes are and we destroy them, the magical structure that's keeping him anchored to existence collapses. And then my mother's working activates fully. He paused. She set it up to complete. It's been waiting for 15 years. You're saying we don't have to, that you don't have to, die. No, Harry said. That was never the only path. It was the path Dumbledore was managing me toward because he thought it was necessary and because the alternative required me to have access to information I didn't have. He touched the ring. I have it now. Hermione was very still for a long moment. Her eyes moved rapidly across some internal landscape of implications. The Horcruxes, she said. The diary is already destroyed, Harry said. Second year. That's one. My mother's encoding tells me there were 6 total objects. He paused. I know what some of them are. The rest, that's where your research is going to be considerably more useful than mine. Hermione looked at him. Then she pulled a blank piece of parchment toward her and uncapped her ink. Tell me everything she gave you, she said. I thought you'd say that, Harry said, and started talking. The first snow of the year came on the 21st of November, overnight, so that Hogwarts woke up on a Wednesday with the grounds entirely white and the lake gone the color of pewter under a pale sky. Harry stood at the dormitory window for a few minutes before getting dressed, watching the grounds settle into their winter version of themselves, and felt something he hadn't expected to feel, uncomplicated quiet. Not the absence of difficulty. There was plenty of difficulty still. The investigation was ongoing, Voldemort was still out there in whatever fractured form he was currently inhabiting, the Horcrux research was in its early stages, the Wisengamot reform conversations were slow and would be slower, and there were at least 3 second-year Gryffindors who needed help with their Transfiguration homework that Harry had somehow been roped into providing. Not the absence of difficulty. Just, his own. All of it his own to deal with, in his own way, with the people he'd chosen. He went down to breakfast. The Great Hall was loud with the news of snow, the first years particularly euphoric, someone at the Hufflepuff table already planning a snowman building competition that several other people were arguing the rules of. The enchanted ceiling showed white cloud cover and small flurries of fresh snow, which was different from actual snow falling in the hall but was close enough to make the first years look up with delight every 30 seconds. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table between Ron and Hermione, across from Ginny and Neville, and put a considerable amount of eggs on his plate and listened to Ron's detailed proposal for a de facto Quidditch practice in the snow that he was framing as a training session to avoid McGonagall's weather-related restrictions. That's transparently a practice, Hermione said. It's a training session, Ron said. For the enhancement of skills relevant to playing in adverse conditions. Which is a competitive advantage. You just want to throw snowballs from a broom, Ginny said. That is a skill, Ron said. That is literally a skill that is relevant to beater development. Neville, who had been eating toast with the calm of someone who had learned when to stay out of Weasley sibling debates, caught Harry's eye across the table and raised his eyebrows slightly. Harry shrugged with one shoulder. Neville nodded philosophically and returned to his toast. The owl post arrived in its usual controlled chaos, and Harry received 3 letters, which was now more or less normal, down from the dozens of the first weeks, settling into a regular correspondence flow that included Ragnarok's weekly update, which arrived on a different owl from the bank's usual silver-sealed courier. He read Ragnarok's update first, because it was efficient to do so, and found 2 items of note. The first was that the initial financial recovery had been completed. The diverted funds from the first 14 years, recalculated with interest and damages, had been formally transferred back to the Potter accounts. Ragnarok stated this in 2 sentences, and those 2 sentences contained a figure that Harry had by now had enough time with to not physically react to, but which still landed with weight. The second item was a single paragraph at the end of the update, marked with a different ink, which suggested Ragnarok had added it after the main document was drafted. A matter of information, Lord Potter. The investigation team has identified 17 additional individuals who received financial transfers from the diverted Potter accounts through Dumbledore's charitable trust over the 14-year period. Their involvement ranges from knowing to unknowing. You will be consulted before any formal action is taken regarding them. Ragnarok. Harry read it twice. Then he folded the update and put it in his pocket, and ate his eggs, and thought about 17 people. Hermione was watching him. "What is it?" 17 more names, he said, quietly enough that it didn't carry to the table. She understood immediately. "From the trust accounts?" "Yes." He picked up his pumpkin juice. "Ragnarok says the involvement ranges. Some of them probably didn't know where the money came from." "And some did," she said. "Probably," Harry said. He drank his juice. "I'll have to look at them case by case." "I can help," she said. "Not an offer, a statement." "I know," he said. The second letter was from Arthur, which was unusual. Arthur typically communicated through Molly's letters, and it was brief and practical. The Wisengamot Reform Subcommittee had formally invited Lord Potter to participate in its working sessions as a sitting member, beginning in January. The subcommittee's mandate was to examine the consolidation of authority that had allowed the current situation to develop and propose structural changes. Harry wrote back before breakfast was finished, "Yes. January. Thank you, Harry." The third letter had no return address and was written in a hand he didn't recognize. He opened it carefully. It was 2 sentences long. "I understand now that I misjudged you badly for reasons that were not entirely my own making, but which I should have questioned. I hope you will accept an apology, offered without conditions and without expectation of response. P.M." He stared at it for a moment. Then he showed it to Ron without explanation. Ron read it. His eyebrows went up. "Draco," he said. "Has to be," Harry said. "Huh." Ron handed it back. "Are you going to respond?" Harry thought about it. "Maybe," he said. "Not now. But, maybe." Ron thought about this for a moment. "That would be extremely weird," he said. "Yes," Harry said. "Probably. But also," Ron said, with the thoughtful expression of someone who had been thinking about chess while appearing to think about breakfast, "not the worst thing." "No," Harry said. "Not the worst thing." He folded the letter and put it with Ragnarok's update in his pocket. The afternoon was Defense Against the Dark Arts, which was currently being taught by a retired Auror named Proudfoot who McGonagall had brought in on short notice and who was competent, practical, and entirely without the showmanship that had characterized every other defense teacher Harry could remember. She ran the classes like training sessions, which Harry and Hermione both appreciated and which Ron appreciated specifically because it meant the theory portion was brief. They were working on shield charms, not just the standard Protego but layered casting, shields that could deflect specific spell categories while allowing others through, which was considerably more sophisticated than anything Harry had been taught formally. He was, as had been the case since the removal sessions, significantly ahead of where he was supposed to be. He didn't hide it. Hermione had told him not to hide it, with some feeling, citing several historical examples of witches and wizards who had diminished themselves for social comfort and come to regret it, and Harry had considered it and agreed. There was no version of himself that made sense to him in which he made himself smaller to avoid making people uncomfortable. That version of himself had been manufactured by someone else, and it was gone. When Proudfoot tested the layered shield casting at the end of the class and Harry's held against a simultaneous barrage from 2 directions while selectively permitting a third, she looked at him with the flat assessment of an Auror evaluating an asset and said, "Potter. Stay after." The rest of the class filed out. Ron gave Harry a look on the way past that was 3 parts curiosity and 1 part smug foreknowledge. Hermione gave him a look that was entirely foreknowledge without the smug. Proudfoot closed the classroom door and looked at Harry across the empty room. She was a square-built woman in her 50s with gray-streaked hair and the unadorned manner of someone who had learned to evaluate things quickly because her life had occasionally depended on it. "Your Auror aptitude assessment, technically, shouldn't happen until 6th year," she said. "But I've been asked by the department to begin preliminary evaluation for early candidates in advance." She looked at him steadily. "You're an early candidate." "I know," Harry said. "It would begin in spring term." Observation sessions, some practical testing. Nothing that interferes with your normal year. She paused. I want to be clear that this is an opportunity, not a direction. You are not obligated to pursue this career path. I know that too, Harry said. She looked at him, the same flat horror assessment. What are you thinking? Harry thought about it honestly. I think defensive magic is what I'm best at and what I care about most practically, he said. I think there's going to be a conflict in the next few years that's going to require people who are good at it. He paused. I think I want to do it properly, training, certification, the full process, rather than being useful in spite of my preparation rather than because of it. He looked at her. So yes. Spring term. Proudfoot nodded. Spring term, she said, and dismissed him. He walked back through the corridor toward Gryffindor Tower in the late afternoon, and past a window that looked out over the grounds, and the snow was still falling in small soft flurries and the lake was steel gray and the grounds were entirely white, and Hogwarts Castle was warm behind the glass. He stood at the window for a moment. He thought about a month ago, about waking up on a stone table in Gringotts and finding Molly Weasley's hand on his and Ragnarok at the foot of the bed. About 43 pages and 67 curses and the silver light in the channels of the Heritage Chamber. About the Wisengamot session and 51-9 and Malfoy's 16 votes and Dumbledore's pale, empty wand on a desk in Switzerland. He thought about his mother's warmth in the Heritage Chamber, buried under a construct for 15 years, and how it had felt when it reached him, not diminished by the weight, not faded, exactly what it had always been, just held until the moment it could actually be received. He thought about Potter Manor in the November light and Sirius finding the biscuits and James at 19 grinning from the wall. He thought about Ron's chessboard assessment of 17 undecided Wisengamot votes, and Hermione's flagged textbooks, and Ginny in the wet garden saying that's worth something with the directness of someone who doesn't give things away they don't mean. He thought about Ragnarok inclining his head in the Heritage Chamber, that barely perceptible bow, and the ring warming on his hand. He stood at the window and felt the weight of a month that had changed everything, and the weight was, not gone. It would never be entirely gone. 15 years had happened, and the 67th curse had opened, and Dumbledore's testimony was in the public record, and Voldemort was still out there, and there was more to do, always more to do. But the weight was his now. All of it. He knew exactly what he was working with. He knew exactly who was with him. He knew exactly what had been taken and what had been returned and what had never been anyone else's to touch in the first place. He was Lord Harry James Potter, and he had his mother's magic in his blood, and his father's name on his ring, and his godfather's voice in the house at Wiltshire, and his best friend's one floor above him in Gryffindor Tower. He was 15 years old and he had 37 years of family magic finally functioning the way it was supposed to. He had things to do. He turned from the window and walked down the corridor toward the tower, and his steps on the stone floor were easy and certain, the walk of someone going somewhere they've decided to go. Hermione was at the table in the common room when he got there, with 3 books open simultaneously, which was standard, and Ron was beside her pretending to do astronomy homework while actually drawing a Quidditch diagram, which was also standard. Ginny was in the armchair by the fire reading something she'd brought from the library, and she glanced up when he came through the portrait hole with the checking quality he'd come to expect, and he met it directly, and something in the exchange was simple and warm and entirely without construction. "There you are," Hermione said, without looking up. "Proudfoot gave you the Auror evaluation talk." "Yes," Harry said. "And you said yes," she said. "Yes," he said. She turned a page. "Good," she said. Ron looked up from his Quidditch diagram. "Sit down," he said. "We're working on the Horcrux timeline." "You were drawing a Quidditch diagram," Harry said. "I was thinking about the Horcrux timeline," Ron said. "I think spatially." "That's a Quidditch pitch," Harry said. "It's a spatial thinking aid," Ron said. "Sit down." Harry sat down. He put his elbows on the table and looked at the 3 open books and the spatial thinking aid and Hermione's notes, which had already filled 2 pages since the afternoon, and he thought about his mother's knowledge sitting in his bloodstream like a compass pointing at the things that needed to be done. "Right," he said. "Where are we?" Hermione pulled the central notebook toward him, already open to a page of organized subheadings, and tapped the first item. "We know the diary was one. Your mother's encoding gives you the others. We've confirmed the locket through historical research. It belonged to Slytherin, and there's documentation of it passing through multiple hands." Hermione cross-referenced it with 3 sources. She paused and Ron took over without a seam. "The cup and the diadem are Helga Hufflepuff's and Rowena Ravenclaw's respectively," Ron said. Hermione found the provenance on both. "The diadem is actually in this building, which is," he made a face. "Efficient but also slightly alarming." "There's a room on the 7th floor," Hermione said. "The room of hidden things. I've been in it twice. I think the diadem is in there. I couldn't confirm it without knowing what I was looking for, but now that I do," she looked at Harry. "I want to go tomorrow." "Yes," Harry said. "That leaves the locket, the cup, and the 6th object," Hermione said. She looked at her notes. "Your mother's encoding, was there anything about what the 6th one is?" Harry had been thinking about this since his conversation with Hermione in the library on Saturday. The 6th one was the hardest, because it wasn't a treasured historical artifact. His mother's knowledge had given him the other 5 with clarity. The 6th was different. Harder to see. Carried in a different register, something not clean-edged. "I think," he said slowly, "that it might not be an object." Hermione went very still. Ron put down his pencil. "My mother saw what Voldemort was attempting that night," Harry said. "The transfer working. The succession magic. He was trying to anchor himself to my bloodline through my death." He paused. She stopped it. "Mostly. But some of what he was doing," he turned the ring on his finger, thinking. She said mostly. The fire crackled. "She stopped the transfer," Hermione said, very carefully. "But not before something, fragmented," Harry said. "She was encoding this in her last seconds. She didn't have complete information. She knew something had fragmented off when the rebounded curse hit him. She didn't know where it went." He looked at Hermione. "She thought it might have gone into me. She encoded the possibility as a warning." The common room was very quiet. Several other Gryffindors were at the far end of the room, oblivious, talking about something involving exploding snap. "If there's a fragment of Voldemort's soul inside you," Hermione said, very slowly and very evenly, "then the reason Dumbledore thought you had to die was because destroying Voldemort's soul fragment while it's inside a living person would kill the host," Harry said. "That's the logic. That's why he was managing me toward a willing death." He paused. "But my mother's working changes that. Because her working was specifically designed to address what Voldemort was attempting, the transfer, the binding, the anchoring. It was designed to untether his magic from the Potter bloodline." He looked at the ring. "If the Horcrux fragment is in me, and I'm not certain it is, then her working, when it's fully activated, would remove it. Without killing me." The fire. The quiet room. Ron's hand, flat on the table. "Your mum," Ron said softly. "Yes," Harry said. "She planned for everything," Hermione said. She said it not as a compliment or a eulogy but as a recognition, as a researcher acknowledging precision. Even the things she wasn't certain of. "Yes," Harry said again. Hermione looked at him for a long moment. Something moved in her eyes, that brilliant, rapid Hermione intelligence, but underneath it something warmer, something that was friendship rather than analysis. "We need to confirm whether the fragment exists," she said. "Ragnarok's curse breakers would be the best method. If there's a foreign magical signature in your core that's distinct from your own, they'd find it in the examination. She paused. We should know before we do anything else. I'll arrange it, Harry said. And if it's there? Ron said. Then we work through the other 5 first, Harry said. Clear the field. And then we activate my mother's working. He said it with the same steadiness he brought to everything, not certainty exactly, because certainty would be dishonest about the unknowns. But conviction. The conviction of someone who has read the documentation, understood the mechanism, and chosen to trust the person who built it. Your mum built something 14 years ago that's been waiting for you to have all the information, Ron said. Yes, Harry said. Ron stopped. Looked at the fire. That's really something, mate. Harry looked at the fire too. Yeah, he said quietly. It really is. Ginny got up from her armchair and came to the table and sat in the empty chair across from Harry, and she brought her book but she didn't open it. She just sat there, present in the space, one of 4 people around a table in a firelit common room at Hogwarts Castle on a November night. So we have a plan, she said. We have a plan, Harry agreed. A real one, she said. Not the managed version. Not the version where someone else decided the ending. No, Harry said. This one's ours. Outside the windows of Gryffindor Tower, the snow fell in patient, unhurried flurries, and the castle stood in the dark the way it had always stood, older than everything inside it, holding them all without commentary. The fire in the hearth burned steadily, and the common room was warm, and the 4 of them sat together with their books and their notes and their plans, and it was ordinary and it was everything, and nobody was managing anything except the work itself. Harry picked up a quill. He drew a line on a fresh piece of parchment and labeled it, What We Know. Below it, another line, What We Need. Below that, Who Does What. He slid it to the center of the table. Hermione added to the first section immediately. Ron corrected one of her assumptions. She corrected his correction. Ginny added something to the second section that none of the other 3 had thought of, and Harry looked at it and wrote yes beside it without discussion. This was how it would be done. Not by a boy who'd been told what he was for since before he could walk. Not by a weapon pointed at a target by careful hands. By this. By them. By a table in a firelit room and 4 people who had chosen each other freely and intended to see it through. Harry wrote, at the top of the page, because he needed to write something true and clear where he could see it, ours. And the snow fell outside, and the fire burned inside, and the weight that had always been there was finally, fully, completely his own to carry, which meant it wasn't a weight at all. It was just life. His life. The actual one. And it was, if you looked at it honestly and held it in the full light of everything he now knew, remarkable. He had work to do.